dogs too. Any animal that's war trainable. But just make sure that you make an animal training zone before you start setting them to be trained by trainers, otherwise they just won't get trained. You would recommend the short playlist of Long Death. All 1,100 hours of it. Every now and again I get people commenting on those videos. So I did say it was going to be a slow start today. The ads just played again, so I think it's... Let's play some Dwarf, shall we? Hey, Twitch chat, if you want, you can say hi, YouTube. Just, you know, for the VODs and all that. So, who here missed the start of this fortress and doesn't know what we're doing? You missed? Okay. Well, the ads just started, so I will wait another minute. I can tell you right now the answer is yes. So you can ask the question, private parking, but the answer is yes. They want to do more music and more art. Like, by art, the big splash screens, like the ones back here. And more small art additions and more music with every major update. It'll come in piecemeal, right? Like, we just got fruits and more plant variety for trees and stuff. This is the first stream of mine I've seen. Oh my god! Welcome, newbie. It's good to have yous. Also, YouTube chat, I just want to state right now, if you feel like I'm ignoring you more than usual today, it's because the last time I was on front page, I just straight up didn't stream on YouTube, because there's going to be a bunch more people here than usual. So I'm going to be very distracted today. So, just an FYI. No, I mean, you can ask the question. The thing is, private parking, I'm gonna be going through the document. I'm not just asking them all in chronological order. I go through and, like, format them and then take the most commonly asked questions or, like, the ones that make the most sense for the subjects. So, a lot of questions won't be asked. And there's always one person who's like, you didn't ask my question! And I'll be like, well, you asked about multiplayer for the 15 quintillionth time. Go watch the last 5 interviews where I asked that question. Not the last 5, but... More than usual, we're going to be on front page of North American Twitch, which means there might be an extra 800 people here. There might be an extra 5,000 people here. You don't really know. And that starts in an hour and 20 minutes. I didn't explain anything, Eurismic Dwarf. I changed the subject more or less immediately when the ads popped. All right, so this fortress. You need to realize I have a big-ass banner at the top of my stream that says when... I'm in an ad break, and I just change subject immediately when that happens. So this fortress was a world-generated fortress, and the goal of this fortress was to reclaim it, starting with literally nothing. We started with no materials, no food, no anything, and build what's there into a usable, functional fortress, and then go to war with the enemy faction. Now, excuse me, the last 2 fortresses we did in this world were down here. We had Kingdom Dawn and Clobber Tomb, which was 2 different dwarven factions. Now, Kingdom Dawn and Clobber Tomb were on a haunted ocean with evil zombies, which was quite a bit of fun, but very, very difficult to maintain stably, and both of them fell. Which was nice. It's nice to build a fortress that died to natural causes. And now we're in this fortress, and this fortress is kind of set up for success already because it's a world gen fort. So if I actually scroll down through here, this stair we built, but the little ramps going down were there naturally. This is all an aquifer that I'm refusing to not dig through, so I'm just digging through it and letting it drain out into the caverns. Down here is the cavern lair, and that's where we're draining the aquifer, and also into my stairs, which is fine. This is a level with a road on it that exits out into the caverns, and as you can see, we've got a giant mole skeleton there. We are slowly collecting bodies. And then down here is the original bedroom layer, which has like 300 doors or something in it. Down here is the next cavern layer, which I found while I was digging around in the bedrooms. And then if we go down, this is the lowest cavern layer. And right here is the basement. The basement currently is sort of locked off because I'm using this as a trash disposal, this little bit of lava, and this is the magma sea. So the current plan for this fortress is just to dig out and build up as successful a reclaim fortress as possible while repurposing and utilizing the existing structures on the map. We started off with not 1, but 4 goblin towers because this place was taken over by goblins. So likely they used these towers as part of sieging, and I'm repurposing them into these a series of archways with little structures on them. So we got a beehive room right there. I've got my military training on top of this one. Down here, there's another one which I haven't done anything with yet. And over here, there's an additional one which I also haven't done anything with yet. The original structure was a big square box right here, which I caved in. And I'm now repurposing into kind of a, I'm thinking about maybe making it into like kind of a circular-ish moat because there is a little river here, and I think that would be kind of cool. It would freeze half of the year, but I think I can make it look pretty cool. Now, as I said, the purpose of this fort is war. So when we go to like kind of your civilizations, there's a good number of civilizations around. Plunger, the kobold faction, are here to plunge my artifacts. We've also got the Tower of Clobbering, which is us. We've got a human civilization and a rodent man civilization, which we've discovered down in the basements. But around us, we also have these elves that we're at war with. We've got lots of elves that we're at war with, actually. We've got goblins that we're at war with, and also humans that we are at war with. So I'm kind of expecting this to turn into a war-torn battle zone. Redbeard, thanks for the 21st month with Prime. Welcome back, dude. It's good to have you around, man. Our aquifers not infinite. Aquifers are, in fact, infinite. Yes. So I'm making drainage for them. So any immediate questions? I think that's probably about as comprehensive of a tour as I can do in like a minute or two. And now for the folks over here on Twitch, there's something I gotta do real quick. I gotta go here, I gotta go click this. How far along am I? I mean, it's about being satisfied, right? So you're done when you're satisfied. And how far along are we? I don't know. Mid-game, maybe? Like, as far as population counts and whatnot go. We're roughly mid-game. I don't know, this is like my my third stream of this fort, so, I don't know. Probably got 5 streams left. Ilmirin, I don't even know if you have a dwarf. Jaded Rat is alive as a dwarf. We've got Greg and then some. We've got Coedex Tub. We've got Man-Eating Tapir. Barksdale, Brazil Pirate. We've got Elfie Bean. We've got Non-Major Nerd. We've got Worth Butts. And we've got Packsmack. We've got Some Goblin Criminal. We've got Anon 4. We've got Orange TJ. We've got Lanix, Toothpick. Rhino of the Stars. Rin of the Stars. We've got Sirius Salsa, B-Lug, Jay, and Natsubami, and Stormwolf. I think that's everybody. I don't think I missed anyone. What kind of dwarf would you like? And Siba. Shivarsibo? I don't know how to actually say your name. Hello to you, too. Your current fortress has also generated reclaimed and manned the default passageway. Down is annoying and slippery, so build a stairway through it. I mean, I wouldn't even bother walling it off. Just place 1 floor tile on top of it. Or just deconstruct one of the ramps, and then just build stairs up and down. Farmer? Brewer? I've got 2 brewers. Or 1 farmer. What do you want? Brewer or farmer? Or a farming brewer? Do I have clay or sand? There is sand. I can't remember if there's clay. Actually, I think there's Kilonite. So yes? I need to double check. I haven't played this fort since Thursday. That literally only has 7 dwarves left. I guarantee you that there's more than 7 dwarves. There's just only 7 dwarves in that faction. So, like, if you were playing adventure mode, Danny, and you wandered around in a human town or a goblin town, you'd see dwarves. So if you make a fortress, you will get dwarves joining your faction, but currently there's only 7 dwarves in that faction. But there's probably a few thousand dwarves just in the world. Unless it's the Age of Death and literally everybody is dead. I need to look for Keelanite because I hadn't made it that deep. We only just got a really big migrant wave towards the end. And I'm mostly just like working on building basic structures right now, not really working on crafting currently. Greg, and then some, thanks for the 4th month. Welcome back. Do you ever assign dwarves to workshops to make specialized dwarves at all? Sometimes. It's not generally a focus though. Usually I only ever do that for like higher end crafts, things like gem cutting, or decorating, or like sometimes metal smithing, different types of metal smithing I'll do that, but not usually, no. Generally, I just want mass production, and I want everybody to be doing some crafts. Because if not everybody is doing some crafts, then you'll end up with, like, you know, dwarves that are upset because they haven't made anything in a while and that kind of thing. Also, usually, if I'm specializing in a particular thing, so say, like, I'm doing a lot of pottery or, like, like a specific type of crafting. Usually what I do is I set up a lot of guild halls, so everybody has at least like a medium to high level skill in the skills that I want to be completed consistently, so it's not usually an issue. I try and just get everybody skilled in a skill instead of, you know, the alternative. M-R-Y-N. I've written your name many times, and it's like, I just... Curl Mirror is very quick to anger and does not generally seek retribution for his past wrongs. He's very humble and he tries to keep his things orderly. He has a calm demeanor and he is quite polite. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he has little interest in joking around. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He has a greedy streak, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally respects perseverance and does not care about fairness. He likes tin glaze and platinum and milk quartz and giant crow leather, sheep's horn and the color bronze, bolts and goblets and the words of the fancy meditations, and the sight of the meandering lyrics of impossible prefers to consume fisherberry wine and can't stand rats. He has a broad body bearing impressive muscles, and he has a great load of fat. He has a very long beard, and it is neatly combed. His long sideburns are neatly combed, and he has a very long mustache, which is neatly combed. His hair is clean shaven. His bronze eyes are very large, have very large irises. His somewhat tall ears are extremely narrow. His hair is cinnamon, and his skin is pale pink. And also, thanks for all the follows here on Twitch. What's it called? Has a kindred spirit, which is Reg, who's one of our surgeons, as well as several friends in the fortress, which is always a good sign. He's also pretty ripped. Like, nice little dwarf. He wants to be with family. He wants to acquire an object. And because we just named a dwarf, hey, YouTube chat, the first person to post 3 pickaxe emojis gets a dwarf. You tend to specialize in my farmers. I usually do that in bigger forts, but I don't, like, usually what I do is I just go to, like, planters, and then only selected do this, and then select, like, a dozen, but that's about the extent of it. I do that for, like, endgame forts, but I don't do that at the beginning. Danny, no, what kind of dwarf would you like? Beard or no beard? And do you have a particular job you would like? Within reason, because I don't have that many dwarves in my fort. I mean, we have soldiers, we have various farmer dwarves, we have various other tasks. But like, what rolls with you? You were busy getting rickrolled. How'd that happen? B-Log, good morning. How are you? Hey, hi. A no-beard soldier. I wonder if Einod's happy. Einod's pretty happy, and is also picking up equipment. Knife Clan. What a good last name. Do you want Danny No or just Danny? You've been getting into Dwarf Fortress and found your YouTube channel. Looking forward to watching along. Hell yeah, Something Smith. Today's going to be a busy day, Something Smith, because we're on Twitch front page as of noon. So in 1 hour, a little over an hour and 10 minutes, we will be on the Twitch front page. So in like an hour, I'm going to be getting up and taking a couple minutes break and like crossing my heart and hoping to die that we don't get, you know, nuked by spam bots. But it should be fine, right? Just Danny? Okay. Blah, 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 blah. She does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She has a calm demeanor, is brave in the face of imminent danger, and isn't given to flights of fancy. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of raising a family and personally finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and dreams of raising a family. Einod likes mudstone and billin and red zircon, clear glass and the color blue, battle axes and shields and crowns and the words of the crested wall, and the sound of the tulip of sparkling, and when possible prefers to consume giant fox, mussel, and raspberry wine, and peppers, and absolutely hates rats. How's it going? It's going pretty well, Bob. Yourself? Her somewhat broad nose is quite long. Her amethyst eyes are slightly close set. Her hair is wavy. Her long hair is braided, and her hair is chocolate. Her skin is ecru, and her lower body bears a very short, straight scar. As for kills, she doesn't have any kills. She was in combat a couple times. She's got 2 lovers. And one of them clearly is dead because they're not listed here anymore. So she had a lover previously, and she has a lover who is probably still alive but doesn't live here. Plenty of cousins and no family in the fortress yet. So they may arrive at some point. She quite enjoys the process of learning to use her weapons. You off to bed early? Alrighty, well, if you're up early, you may see us. At least let her die in a fun way. Oh, trust me. If she dies, we'll let her die in a fun way. I would never let someone die in a not fun way. Hold on, I'm just checking something real quick because I just realized I don't have the YouTube stream up. Hey, YouTube folks, there's 68 of you folks watching right now, which is great. Actually, 71, my bad. It just went up. But only 30 of you have liked the stream. Hey, Twitch chat, if you want to help out the YouTube stream at absolutely no cost to you, just simply go over there and leave a like on it. Also, YouTube folks, I'm going to leave a super chat goal here because supposedly YouTube promotes streams that have super chat goals. Don't worry about it too much. It's just there. All right. So I kind of want to like make this look nicer. So maybe go along this side with wall piece, go along this side with wall piece, and just try and improve this little hallway a little bit. We're in the middle of working on bedrooms. I mean, all of these dwarves that are not listed as having a bed don't currently have a bedroom, so these ones down here have bedrooms. So we desperately need more bedrooms. This is one of my guild halls. We've got, or rather a shrine. We've got the Shrine of Saffron, which is quite valuable. We've got the Order of Dust, which is getting there, because we've got 23 worshippers. They're going to... They currently would like a temple complex, which means we got quite a bit of construction left to do on this. Up here we've got the Temple of Steel, which is also a part of the sect of Amethyst. So we've got the Doctrine of Bronze, we've got the Order of Dust, and we've got the sect of Amethyst. The Doctrine of Bronze and the sect of Amethyst are both the same god. And then up here we got the beehives. Unrelated. And so I'm trying to increase the value of this temple. This right here is our tavern. Which does have a roof on it. Needs a hatch cover, though, which I will just lock. And then I'm thinking about maybe putting an office up in here, maybe a library or something up in here, or just a second floor for the tavern. Either could work. I'm in the process of moving crafting out of here and down into here and over to here. That's what we're currently working on, because I want this layer beneath here to just be a selection of different rooms. Once I expand out this upper area, what I'm thinking about is this layer right beneath it might have some greenhouses. So like things that are one layer down that had the ceiling removed and then replaced. I'm thinking about just filling this up with water once it's done being dug out, because I think that would look cool. Like having like a circular or like star-shaped, like basically moat around the edge, even though it doesn't provide any actual defensive benefit. Right here we have a bit of a problem. This is a open roof. There is no actual defense here. So something I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go down to here and I'm gonna grab this and I'm gonna move you up one. And I'm also going to seal this off, and then we're going to roof this off because this needs to get roofed off real bad. So that's kind of where this fort's at right now. Any questions? Also, I've got a ghost appearing behind me. That's her. There you go. Fixed it. It's a matter of getting all of the wrinkles out of the green screen. Are for the believers. The believers. Uh-huh. Also, I need to confirm whether or not I had Kilonite, because I seem to recall there being Kilonite, but I could be wrong. Dolomite. Ah, there's Kilonite. Yeah, so we do in fact have Kilonite. I just haven't mined any of it yet, because I want to do some stuff with lava, because I don't think porcelain's lava safe, right? But I basically, I don't want to spend charcoal on it. Something I would like to do is, because right here is water. Basically, there's a big-ass aquifer on this level. I would like to go down to the lava sea, which is not actually that far down. It's layer 9. I think today we're going to build a pump stack from here up, and I'm going to use all those aquifers to make some power. So I basically just need to find a location to go all the way up. So like I could do it over here probably. Let's see. Starting over here in this room. Up. Yeah, I could go up through that. That's not a problem. Up to here. I don't know if I can go through this, so we need to dig around in here and see. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. And then 2 about right there. And then we'll build forges right here. So something like this. No. I don't think porcelain constructions are lava safe. Is what I'm just kind of thinking out loud. Like I don't think porcelain blocks are, if that makes any sense. But before I actually do that, I need to figure out where this cavern layer goes. And currently my stairs go down to here, and then, yeah, this is super fucking dangerous. So before I can do that, I basically need to set up this drainage to be better. And by better, I mean remove it, mostly. Like, it can still dribble down a little bit, but I need to basically just get rid of this. Anvil, thank you very much for the 26th month. Welcome back. Because I'm mining through these areas because there's just very, very, very convenient resources in them. So I'm just saying screw it. We'll figure out drainage for this later. Currently, it's just not a huge concern. That's just a hole in the ground, but that's okay. Because I want it draining out this way. This way. Right here. Also, we have coal. Bituminous coal. Right there. Which I should start sealing this up. For safety's sake. Where are they even getting into here? Oh, there. Okay, makes sense. So this can also seal up. Is fire safe but not magma safe? Got it. Yeah, that's what I thought. So anyway, yeah, that's the fortress currently. What do y'all think? I wonder how big is a bee liver? I mean, I've seen bumblebee brains being sold. Dwarf for everyone. It's the luxuries that we can hope for. But yeah, this is where I want the water to go. Instead of into here. Because there's also water up here. As long as there's just a little bit less of it, we're okay. The Order of Dust also wants a temple complex. Well, okay then. Yeah, I mean, maybe we should get porcelain up and running just so that I can actually make these into temple complexes consistently. That may be what we need to do. Actually, something I should also specialize is engravers. Because I feel like engravers are something we should focus on. Maybe also the high avalanche, Greg, and then some. We'll give that to you as well. Because maybe, like, the religious individuals could just, like, be my engravers. Light aquifers are nothing but useful. Literally, like, I don't even find them annoying at this point. Maybe if you don't know how to dig through them, sure, they could be annoying, but knowing how to dig through them, like, they are nothing but a benefit. At least we actually have a tavern now. That's a solid benefit. So we've got the novice engraver who's rusty. Well, you're gonna stop being rusty in a second there, dude. Are you gonna get forbidden again? Why do you keep getting forbidden? You're just meditating on death. You're a dabbling engraver. High master engraver, there we go. Though infinite water, thank Armok. Heavy aquifers are a pain for me. Light aquifers are totally fine. What if the aquifers are... I think that the only time that light aquifers annoy me is if they're like 30 plus levels deep. But that's pretty inconsistent. I don't know. So Twitch chat, I'd love to know your thoughts on this. You, ALX in YouTube chat is saying slug and bee brain is just insulting, as in like using that as an insult. I don't know. Bumblebees seem pretty smart. Like genuinely, like they seem relatively smart for like how small they are. Hive mind. Heh. Also, I'm getting blasted with natural light right now, which is lovely, but... Move that there. There we go. Bees will play with the ball if you give them a chance. They're kind of like cats. They'll push them and then wonder why they roll. Jet and dolomite look nice. Oh yeah, also something about this floor is we have like an absurd amount of dolomite, so I'm not even really worried about using it for constructions. Which is kind of rare for me. Normally I'm super concerned about stuff like that. I thought I made a bunch of offering places. Maybe I did, but... Okay, do I have... I don't even know what I have in my supplies right now for storage. Okay, so I do have some furniture. You're making steel breastplates. Okay, you've made steel armor. Let's get you equipped. You right here. Let's get you training with the cruel cheese, and we'll get you training up here as well. And same, well, actually, you're going to be a Marksdorf squad, right? Oh, no, okay. Sure, we'll get you training as well. As well. And I will also have to make a Marksdorf squad. And an ad break is incoming, which is fine. Okay, so let's do this. Let's go. Rock table. Rock throne. Iron statue. Iron... Iron altar. Although I'm only going to do 3 iron altars, and I'm going to do 5 iron statues. Hey, Vakrak, how are you? And then for the table... Really, I just have bauxite. Is that for real? Huh. Okay, well that explains a lot. That's all iron. The problem is I'm just going through all this stuff way too quickly. And then let's also go down to here. That's what, granite? This is also granite. Let's just get them to start, maybe not that right there, but let's go, yeah, 1 layer up to here and just start hollowing all this out. I will erase that corner there. We're also in an ad break, so I'm not gonna unpause the game until the ads are done, so. I think it's lawnmower day because there's somebody weed eating. Nope, leaf blowing. All right, let's... Or maybe they were weeding and now they're getting rid of the leaves. Or not the leaves, the grass, if you will. That's kind of nifty. How does the sandstone clash with the furniture? Do they disagree on some fundamental level about something? There's also Kesserite up here. Jet is, like, to me, the only issue that I have with colors in Dwarf Fortress is as long as it's not all one individual color, it's great. So, like, Jet on its own, gets a little old. Jet with other colors, one of the nicest colors you could have, right? That's kind of how I feel about it. All right, well, that's going to start working and fixing my lack of stone problem. Up here, this all needs to be covered. I think I'm just going to use sandstone for this roof. Just because it's plentiful. We'll just cover the edges and it'll look nice. Or nice enough anyway. But all of this needs to be covered. Jet and marble. Marble's also really nice. You just dislike the ones that are hues of brown. What, conglomerate? I think even conglomerate, like the browns can be look nice. I think it's just if all you have are different shades of brown or if all you have are different shades of like gray, it just, as long as it doesn't look samey, you know? As long as you have more than just like gabbro and granite, you're doing okay. It's like I don't like just obsidian, but accents of obsidian are pretty nice. Do I have gems right now? I do not. Did I not make a new... I guess I didn't. I may also, some of you may have seen me do this before in the past chat. I'm thinking, because I do have a little office right here and a bedroom coming down here. I'm thinking about making this underground area, oopsies, I meant to move up a layer, have bedrooms scattered out throughout, but like one layer down. So like bedroom there, bedroom there, bedroom here, bedroom here, bedroom here, bedroom here, and then just do them like this. So like you could be like that, 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 that. Or like maybe this. Make them a little bigger. Microcline is a particularly nice color. Although old school Dwarf Fortress fans will go on about how much they hate microcline, because microcline was a particular shade of blue originally when it first was added to the game that was so bright that you basically had to squint to look at it. Like, it was hard to look at. It was not a very well-chosen color when it was initially added, so people hated it. But thankfully, we've graduated past that era. Don't coddle your dwarves? What do you mean? I'll coddle whoever I goddamn please. Thank you very much. So I'm thinking that's how we'll do bedrooms, because I've got some bedrooms in the towers, but this ain't going to be sustainable for very long. Okay, value of this has gone up pretty considerably. Okay, so we're making steel and also bituminous coal. Schist is a nice color. Yeah, there are some browns that I think are really nice in Dwarf Fortress. Everything is just microcline? Do you always embark in the same type of biomes? Mess you up on really dark blocks, but like, isn't Nika Harper in YouTube chat, isn't goth like aesthetically it's like dark with like very high contrast like white a lot of the time? Because like if you think about like, saying goth dress code is maybe silly, but like if you think about like goth fashion aesthetics, it's usually like a lot of blacks and like dark blues and then like very, very pale white makeup. So when you for like a goth fortress, you'd want like black, you'd want like obsidian or like I think cobaltite, and then you'd want like marble. Don't really like the floor, not for big areas. I like green glass floor in specific locations in small amounts. I think it can look very nice. Engraved green glass is a favorite of yours. It really bothers me that it doesn't stay transparent when you engrave it, but yeah, I agree. Me and the boys on our way to sack Rome. Yeah. It just seems like a lot of prep in the morning, so it's not really for me. I prefer just like single color t-shirt, but t-shirt and jeans is kind of me. T-shirt, jeans, and a toque if I'm feeling fancy. It's mostly black, but you can do some bits of color flare. That's just personal preference. I mean, I go to some goth clubs every now and again for metal shows, so I encounter that community. Although I'm the guy with just the vest. I'm the guy with the entirely denim vest at the goth show. So there's always like a handful of goth people there, and then it's just metalheads. but so I encounter that community quite consistently around here. I mean, Twitch chat posting memes about dressing as a goth, and I'm just like, back in my day, the main joke was everybody on Halloween, like that feeling when you win the Halloween costume contest wearing your normal everyday clothing. That's the goth aesthetics meme from my day. You would kill to see my battle vest? That's my battle vest. Still got plenty of bare patches on it, but rattly. It's just like all the buckles. Alien Weaponry is the newest edition. I got a bunch of others I gotta stitch on though. Yeah. Shoutouts to Liminal Shroud, which people squint at and go, what is that squiggle? Me and my normie bands. Except for when they're not. Yeah, I saw Alien Weaponry. Band named after a line from District 9. A couple weeks ago. A week before I moved. They were opening up for Kerry King, which was not good at all, but... Should have probably paused the game, but oh well. Nothing happened. Now, please don't kill anybody, because you said that you'd kill to, see my vest. How are we doing on wood supply? Can't remember where I put it. Do I have it stored in somewhere? I think I did. What's the value of you? Oh, actually, I see what I gotta do. Part of the problem here is I increased the population quite a bit right at the end, so like what I'm doing right now is a little bit all over the place. Thanks for the $3. More than sufficient. Let's also get you over here. That'll need to be locked. That's so sick. Good taste. Thank you. Could just farm my animals down here. They just get, like, the very moist farm fields. At least for right now. Until I get better options. And down here gets work done. And I just realized I forgot to set the material types for those tables. Although, did I cancel them? I can just type in bed. I've been playing older versions of the game, can you tell? Also, apparently we have bauxite. Ain't that nifty. Let's make 30 beds, 30 granite thrones, 30 granite tables. I've also got to go into here and do this. Let's do cabinets first. And then go back down. They'll make more once this is done. These are all going to be different materials because I'm not limiting the... Uh-oh, you got 2. Because I'm not limiting the material type. What's that heart badge? Oh, share the love. Is that for making a clip on Valentine's Day? That's actually a pretty good little badge. I like it. It's like a 10-second Photoshop, but... But it has Sherpa insulation? Ooh. Yeah, I wouldn't wear that to a festival. That'd be a bit warm. Because farming wasn't working out. Farming's like oddly specific in that game. Omega. We'll be playing some more of that later today. In the evening. Alright, let's unpause while they get this stuff added. And then this is the one now that also needs to be a temple complex, I think. Oh no, the Order of Dust. Where's the Order of Dust then? Order of Bronze. Did I fail you? I must have failed it. Because they're re-requesting it. Oops. Must have taken too long. Bauxite's an aluminum ore IRL, right? Or is something else an aluminum? What Iron Maiden album is that? The most recent one. They wrote about time travel again. I'm a big Iron Maiden fan, and we'll go see them every time they come by until they die or I die or whatever happens first. Right. Yeah, it's one of the non smeltable ores. All right, kiddo, get down and get inside, please. Get inside, child. Please. You're killing me, Smalls. There you go. Looks amazing and so fucking huge. I wouldn't say that it's like huge. I mean, the map's actually quite small. It's only 3x3 Havoc. But like the bigger reclaimable forts are massive. This wasn't a huge one though. Structure-wise. It only has a few layers. It only has 1 layer of bedrooms. I've had them with like 8 layers of bedrooms before. And multiple massive crafting halls. So this was actually a pretty small one, I would say. Okay, so let's see if I have any beds. I don't actually know if I have any beds. No, I don't. Okay, so what might be happening here is I may actually just straight up not have a carpenter's shop. That's probably the most likely because I was in the middle. So what happened was I was in the middle of moving my workshops, and then I ended stream. So because the problem with that is I have no idea where anything is. So I'm in the process of like figuring out what I still need to rebuild. Also, if I seem upbeat, it's probably because I've been a lot happier since I moved, just in general. It is an unintended side effect of reclaiming forts, yes. Arcloid. If you don't want that to happen, try reclaim, like just quit without saving and try a second time. And usually like the second or third time, it'll work. Usually the second or third time it'll work. Like the last time I re-embarked on a volcano map, I wanted that to happen and it didn't happen twice. I had to do 3 reclaims. It's nice here. It's less hellish. I was explaining to one of the bartenders around here last night why where I lived previously kind of sucks. It's like living in a giant suburb where nobody actually does anything in this city is just very depressing if it's hard for you to leave the city. And it's probably depressing too if you live in the city, and can leave because you have to like drive somewhere to, do anything. Fortress is out of food. Oh no! Okay, let's butcher some things. Perfectly good excuse to eat all of my livestock. Maybe not the alpaca. I'll keep. Actually, that's the one that's like actually worth eating. Is there any of these that I actually want to keep? Maybe the water buffalo will wait on. And the donkey will wait on. We'll geld you though. And also, let's go up to here. Make a kitchen. If you type in exclamation point tickets, you'll see how many you have. Over 8,000. Was the suburb just soul-sucking? I didn't technically live in a suburb, but the city that I lived in previously is called Surrey. And Surrey, well, two things. One, I lived in the same apartment for almost 11 years. And I lived with my ex there for 6, so it was more bad memories than good. Two, the area that I lived in has no nightlife, has no real culture of its own, and doesn't have much to do in the city if you speak English, because it is very much the area that, how do I put this? If you speak Punjabi, there's lots to do. Not to say there isn't anything to do if you don't, but the vast majority of the businesses and the public events are catered to that crowd because that's the primary population there. So for me, it was kind of a, I mean, I guess I could go to the Halal Meats Festival. It's fine. But, like, it's not really my demographic. So there literally wasn't anything to do ever. And as somebody who's single and lives alone and wants to go be in public, it was just depressing, antisocial, and not a place that was fun to be unless I went and sat on the train for 40 minutes. And then it was okay, but then you're in downtown Vancouver and everything's fuck you expensive. So I kind of, like, it was very difficult to just go somewhere that I enjoyed being. And here there's, like, multiple places that I enjoy being within, like, a 5-minute walk of me. Also safer biking infrastructure, and I don't feel like I'm going to get run over by a fucking guy in a Jeep with an N on it. Because there's way safer bike lanes out here. So that's why I hated where I lived previously. All right, carpenter shop. Woohoo! Can you overthrow a baron in adventure mode? Like, can I come along a goblin baron in a human town? And I killed him. I killed him and got killed. Well, yeah, his guards aren't gonna be too happy about that. So if you have a pretty high convincing skill, you can ask random people to join you in insurrection, and then they won't kill you if you take over. If they agree. That's kind of the big if on that. Can you take over it? You can take over it in title, but it doesn't do anything mechanically. Like, you'll be listed as the lord of that area if you claim a site as yours if you survive it. But you do have to survive it, and it's probably wise to convince people to join. You want to appoint a human baron. Yeah, so like that's what you would have to do. You'd have to convince people to, because like here's the thing. The goblin that's in charge, unless the place is occupied by a goblin faction, was probably elected by the humans there. So they probably like that goblin. You walking in with your natural prejudices and murdering the guy in charge isn't necessarily going to make people automatically happy with you. It was a park, a coffee place, a handful of nice mom and pop restaurants, and a bus route 5 minutes away. I have a bus right there. It's there right now. I can see it. So yeah, there's a bus that goes downtown in 2 minutes that goes right in front of the apartment. And then there's a park that I can walk to downtown in about 40 if I walk slowly. 20 if I walk quickly. I could bike there in 5. I was not trolling anybody with anybody's investment. What? And I'm just going to real quick do this and make this into a wood stockpile. Might put a infinite stockpile there later. Well, probably because your companion worshipped the Baron. It's okay. I mean, you're learning, right? Like, this is how you learn. Like, it doesn't matter how uncivilized the area is. If you walk in and, like, stab the guy in charge in face repeatedly with a weapon, they're not going to be happy with you. Let's just real quick go over here. Go to labor, go to kitchen, and just go to drinks. Please don't cook my drinks. But what I can do... ratweed seeds, sweet pot I need, tomatillo I can cook, carrot I can cook, strawberry I can cook. Actually, we'll keep the strawberry seeds. And then meal. Let's just do fine meals. We'll just do 10 monthly. That should be okay for right now. Just get some nicer meals up in here. I mean, so the thing that I think people presume about Dwarf Fortress but need to realize about Dwarf Fortress is Dwarf Fortress characters are not locked to a faction that their race is tied to, right? There is no faction alignment like that, meaning goblins freely and frequently join dwarven factions. Humans freely and frequently join goblin other factions and vice versa. So everybody joins every faction all the time. And this, like some of you may have noticed, is quite obvious in adventure mode. And because of this, just because somebody's in a faction doesn't mean that they're not supposed to be there. Like, that goblin might be part of a goblin family that's lived in that faction for the last 150 years, right? And that goblin may have been born in that town. So just because there's a goblin in charge doesn't mean that they're not supposed to be there. That being said, they very well might not supposed to be there, and you just have to turn their lackeys against them, right? Like, maybe they did invade and they did take over that spot, but that doesn't mean that they're, you know, gonna thank you when you boot that guy out, right? So the Holy Crypt is now being appointed here. The Holy Crypt is a religious figure, and I'm gonna make... I usually go for somebody who's named in from Twitch chat, but Lanix is in the military. And on 4... is now the Holy Crypt, and Man-Eating Tapir is now the first funeral. Do DF still auto-cook fat? Not unless you turn it off. I mean, like, it's usually... I don't actually have any rendered, because I haven't had a kitchen. But if you have rendered fat, it should show up under all or under meats and others. I don't usually disable it unless I'm actively making soap, and I'm not currently actively making soap. Yeah, you learn history. I mean, so there's a lot of screens that used to have more history on them back in the day than they do now. And in adventure mode, there's a few screens like that. But the main way you learn history in adventure mode is by going around and, like, looking at statues and stuff. But you don't get, like, a chronological order. You will get, like, if you hit capital Q or go to the quest log, there's one that says events, and that's basically the equivalent of what you get there. But it's pretty easy to, like, learn the local events because there's never that many events. As long as you're, like, looking at statues and inspecting stuff, you'll figure out bits and pieces of the history as you go. At least I always have. Where are we currently digging? All the way down here, making lots of granite. There's also some pigtails down here. You know, it's kind of funny when you kill the goblin leaders and some goblin just takes over. But yeah, nobody in any faction is inherently evil in Dwarf Fortress, which is, as I've said many times in the past, my favorite thing about Dwarf Fortress is that nobody is inherently evil. I think I'm just gonna like upgrade this to a temple complex, because it'll just be easier to do it that way. Usually, in my experience, Rum Rusher, characters will move into a particular faction because they have the cultures of that faction. Like, as an example, I find usually when I see goblins in a human faction, it's because they have human ideals. It's same like when I see dwarves that are sometimes cruel, I often are often the ones that I see joining goblin factions as well. Stuff like that, which I think that stuff's super cool. I really like those little details that this game has. Chat, we're in an ad break. And front page here starts in 20 minutes. I'm just going to go, not top off my coffee because I don't have any more to top off. I'm going to go use the washroom. I will be right back because now's just a good opportunity to do that. It's certainly a DF hack thing. Because I have all that stuff disabled because I don't find it super helpful. Personally, it's a me thing. I'm weird. I never personally found those additions to be super useful, and I find them to be not limiting, it's the wrong word to use, but they disable my creativity a little bit because it's way too tempting to just... I find limitations to be a positive thing, is the best way to describe it. I may actually allow them to use Dolomite as economic again, because I've just got so much of it. I had it disabled for a bit, but let's let them make Dolomite blocks and furniture. So there's no reason to not right now. Speaking of, I also need more jet, because I'm running out of jet. Although, maybe I could just use Dolomite for this. I don't know. Will people in another site hate you? If they are even remotely connected to the other site and people are traveling back and forth, yes. Well, they won't hate you, but if you become feared as a murderer, people will not be as interested in talking to you, and they'll be scared of you. If you're known as like a protector of the weak, so as like you go around and only murder bandits in towns, then people will be like, yay, and they'll be happy to see you. It highly depends on who you are killing, right? So if you walk into a town and just murder a bunch of women and children and families, yeah, you'll be hated. If you are fighting bandits like, uh-oh, a baby was found dead? Why? Huh. That's a little grim. There was no combat log. In other news, where was I putting coffins? I'm thinking they were down here, right? Yeah. What the hell killed? No, it wasn't a vampire. It would have said completely drained of blood. Man, mother burying her own son. What was his name? Melville. Let's make a engraving of that baby under the door. Probably died of thirst. I have 354 drink, so that would be some pretty horrific parental neglect. I mean, I could use... Do you guys want me to death cause this? I actually, I'm going to death cause this. I don't generally do this, but I'm just curious. Succumb to infection. Okay, that would do it. So it was wounds. So we need to make soap. Well, I don't know if I'd call infection sickness, but I guess so. Wounds from what? So you've missed most of this fort. We've had various random attacks from the caverns, from angry troglodytes to other things. So there was a pretty bad rodent man dwarf showdown at one point where a bunch of civilians got involved. Engraved on the wall is an image of Momas by Udil. Momas is admiring the bucklers. Aww. How did it get wounded? Go watch the VODs. Unless you want me to explain it again. The only plague in here is people's lack of understanding. I mean, what? Where did I put the wood burner? It's down here. Yeah, we can do soap. Dwarf moms for soap. Oopsies. Why do I'm so used to like right-clicking directly after placing a thing. Ooh. Let's use our real gar barrel. Why not? When combat happens, do I read everything? Everything? No. Do I read lots of it? Yes. This is too much to read most of the time. Especially if I see something interesting happen. Usually what happens is I follow the fight step by step and then check in on things that seem interesting. But no, I don't read everything. Not unless it's a were creature. Then I read everything. Arm. But no, when I was clearing out the caverns initially, we ran into a bunch of rodent men, so that's definitely what happened. That is definitely what happened. I was going to queue something up, and now I'm blanking on what the fuck it was. Right, soap. Make a lie. You don't even have to lie about it. Actually, yeah. It's not going to be greater than 10. So we'll say if amount of ash is greater than 10 and the amount of lie is less than 5, do that. And you right here, let's just get rid of that. We're going to have more soap than I know what to do with in a little bit. And I'm going to go make ash. I'm also going to make like 20 buckets. Less than 10. Make 15. And I'm just going to go make wood. Whoops. Wooden bucket. 30. You know, Dwarf Fortress doesn't have Skaven. That is correct. We have rodent men. You need to realize that there's things in the world that are not Warhammer. I realize that maybe your only fantasy connection is Warhammer, but embiggen your mind a little bit and imagine the concept of things that aren't Skaven also existing. Heresy? This is a you problem, not a me problem. I'm not a Nazi. Fuck. I ain't no fascist. To be honest with you, very indifferent to Warhammer. I like the aesthetics of Warhammer, but actually playing Warhammer, eh. You just like screaming heresy? No, I get it. How you doing, Gigmoth? Nearly every bit of exposure you've had to the Warhammer franchise is against my will. I'll be honest. I mean, I really liked Dawn of War back in the day. That was a fun game. The first Space Marine was pretty good. No interest in the second. Heresy memes are your favorite part of Warhammer? There was a very brief window of time where I genuinely found Alex Jones, like, over top of Chaos Marines ranting was very funny. But, yeah, I don't know. Warhammer just seems like an expensive hobby for an underwhelming tabletop game that I don't want to play. And the lore just kind of seems like it's kind of exhausting for the most part from the bits and pieces I've been exposed to over the years, so I tend to just kind of ignore it, to be honest. Because the games are not consistently good enough for me to really want to take part. Like, if it's your bag, more power to you. I'm not going to take that away from you. Not even close. You like painting your Necrons? Hell yeah, that's great. I like repairing my tape decks. That's my expensive tinkering hobby. I think having a tinkering hobby is good. Played Shadow of the Horned Rat. I don't know what that is. Oh yeah, also we've been getting attacked by these kobolds recently, which aren't doing anything of note. But they are part of a group called Plunger, which I think is really funny. The kobolds they're plungers. So Twitch chat. Oh, Potpourri redeemed a dwarf 13 minutes ago and I super missed it. Was that while I was getting a drink of water? Potpourri, what kind of dwarf would you like? So in like 9 minutes, we should be moving onto the Twitch front page. I can see my view count today, but I'd like you guys to let me know if you see me on there when it pops up. A hydrated one. Everybody's hydrated. What? So, anyone is good? Happiest unnamed dwarf it is. Are you okay with being a child? They're very happy. Yeah, I think like actually, I'll say this. Warhammer memes are the part of Warhammer I enjoy. And occasionally I will put on like a Warhammer lore video just to have some noise in the background that I ignore mostly. I'd rather watch fish tank videos, to be honest. Is Buttsworth still alive? Worth Butts is still alive. Yes, Buttsworth. Potpourri. Sorry, I missed it, but I did look eventually. Is often filled with joy and is very quick to anger, like a child. Often finds herself to be changing her mind to agree with somebody else, and is somewhat scatterbrained. She is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction, and she is very rarely moved by curiosity, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She tends to be passive in discussions and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. And she is troubled by this because she holds romance in low regard. She could be considered rude and tries to do things correctly each time, and she thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She is slow to trust others, and she is moved by art and natural beauty. She is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She bites her nails when she's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Al, thank you very much for the 24th month. That's a long goddamn time. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Al keeping that sub alive? Appreciate you. She bites her nails when she's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of raising a family, and personally truly values merrymaking and parties, and finds romance to be distasteful, and finds artwork to be boring, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. Her somewhat narrow, wide-set copper eyes have very large irises. Her extremely narrow ears have nearly fused lobes, and her slightly hooked, narrow nose is quite long. Her hair is braided. Her eyebrows are quite sparse, and her head is somewhat short. Her hair is chestnut, and her skin is brown. Her mom and dad, both alive. Mom's in the military, is an axe dwarf. Natsubami is her younger brother, and Erish is her younger sister. She's a member of the sect of Amethyst. Welcome to the fort. So are the kobolds running away? They are! See ya! Wouldn't want to be ya. Found a book. Of course, on the Dwarf. Of course it's the Dwarf. Now that we just named a Twitch chat member, YouTube chat, the first person to type in 3 smiling emojis gets a Dwarf, presuming you don't already have one. Bring magma to the fort or bring fort down to the magma. Whatever's more convenient, usually. That's usually how I do it. It's usually a whatever is more convenient. Also, did I fuck up? I didn't fuck up farming, did I? Yeah, okay, it is still set to everybody does this. I have peasants. Yes, I do. Let's start specifying farming. Rid of the Stars. Yes, you are still alive. I'm concerned that YouTube chat might be frozen on my screen, because YouTube chat just crashes constantly these days. Okay, looks like Havoc got it. It was in fact frozen on my screen. I was about to be like, well, nobody typed it in. Nope, somebody did definitely type it in. It's just simply frozen on my screen. I mean, if YouTube wasn't terrible, this wouldn't be a problem. So Havoc, what kind of dwarf do you want? Because I don't think you have a dwarf. Nope, you don't. This fort looks cool. It is a reclaim reconstruction. I have exclamation point goal is the fortress information I have. Bearded dwarf. Happy beard dwarf. Gotcha. Sazir. Havoc, who wants martial training, he wants to be extravagant, be with family, and be with friends, does have family in the fortress, is unable to make decisions without a great deal of input from others, rarely looks on others with lust, and can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. He is an optimist and is stingy with resources when working on projects and refuses to expend any extra effort. More stinking filth? Did I? We've got a kobold with a spouse. Husband and wife couple came. Wow. Sorry, got distracted. Let's get back to that. He is an optimist and he is stingy with resources when working on projects. He refuses to expend any extra effort and generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He has a tendency to consider ideas and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He often feels discouraged, can handle stress, and has a greedy streak. And he cackles when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. He dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized, and personally sees family as one of the most important things in life. Strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. He likes lead and yellow sespertine, as well as giant spider monkey tooth and giant snail shell. Picks, rings, and menacing spikes. In the words of the fortuitous pregnancy, and when possible prefers to consume nautilus plump helmets and raspberry wine, and can't stand jumping spiders. Aesthetically, he has extremely narrow ears, which are fused-lobed, and his close-set, protruding amethyst eyes have very large irises, and he has a very long beard, which is neatly combed. His short sideburns are neatly combed, and his medium-length mustache is neatly combed. His hair is clean-shaven, and his nose is hooked. His hair is buff, and his skin is copper. Hello, Stormwolf. How are you on this fine day? Yeah, that's basically what this started out as, and I've been building it up ever since. And it's been slowly and consistently looking better. Keyword there is slowly and consistently. But, you know, it's getting there, piece by piece. So do I have anything in cages? Yep, man-eating tapir is still alive, and you are a religious figure, actually. You're the first funeral of the Order of Dust. And you're corpulent, apparently. You are married to non-major nerve, and your son is Jay, and your pet Kaviso is still alive, much to my dismay. We are officially on the Twitch front page. So I have to watch my swearing. Shiitake mushrooms. Anyway. You got a promotion, and I'm getting a promotion right now. Promoted. Oh, you were the one who asked for a wellness check, not Tapir? Oh, duh. I think Twitch chat must have moved halfway through me reading. Stormwolf. Yes, you are a performer. You are a little bit stressed. I'm not sure why you're stressed. Looks like you were away from friends for too long. Part of the reason I made you into a performer. You've been dwelling upon somebody's death, which has forced you to rethink your tendencies. You're impervious to the effects of stress, which you think would be good. So that's not a bad thing. You became like indifferent to the effects of stress after but oh, actually, sorry. Yeah, so he's impervious to the effects of stress after being forced to endure the decay of a friend, and he does everything in his power to avoid excitement and stress. A strength thing after seeing Cole Radasaurus' dead body in 356. I think you might be one of the few that died, Squizzly. Yeah, so you were a goblin, and you got attacked by, I want to say something on the surface. I'd have to go back in the VODs and check. That or it was the caverns. Yeah, the goblin died over here. What else did we lose? Rovod. Ratosaurus, and Rakust. Yeah. So you were one of the very unfortunate and avoidable and non-guaranteed deaths that we absolutely could have avoided. You were so close to taking over the world. Trust me, you're not the only one in the fortress who wants to take over the world. Better luck next time, their friend. So let me check something else. Also, if anybody actually sees me on the front page, feel free to snipe a screenshot of it and stick it on my Discord. And don't forget to like the stream. Yes, Havoc is correct. Are there bone carvers in this fort? I've got a bone doctor. We haven't really had many bones to carve. There's not a lot of wild animals on the surface in this fort. Just chinchillas. So. Yep. It's probably going to go up more. Enemy. But yeah, no, my big goal for today is to, stream Dwarf Fort. Entertainment for everybody. And then later today we will, while we're still on front page, we'll play some Goblin Camp and hopefully get them their highest number of Twitch viewers ever for that game. Because more people need to see Goblin Camp, because Goblin Camp is pretty cool, albeit pretty chill. So plan for today is like, I don't know, another 4 hours, 5 hours of Dwarfs, and then a couple hours of Goblin Camp. So we'll build a Dwarven fortress and then go camping with the goblins. I don't know, are you? I'm pretty sure I already answered that question, Rumrusher, but yeah. In your ranching industry, consider they... So do crocodiles. Cave crocodiles and saltwater crocodiles and freshwater crocodiles lay stupidly large numbers of eggs. Also, so do cobras. And cobra venom is very sudden and very, very poisonous. So having a pit of cobras is actually very viable. Which I've done, and is a lot of fun. And I recommend it wholeheartedly, in fact. Very effective form of defense. Also, hey, Garfield fan, what's up, dude? 1,000 viewers? Yep, Twitch front page. We're going to be getting that a lot. People are going to be tuning in going, what's going on? Yeah, we're on the front page of Twitch today. Until 8 p.m., so I got 8 hours. So altars are an unfinished feature. They're basically just a statue right now. They don't do anything unique. They're just a slightly different aesthetic item that adds value to a room. That's it, currently. At some point, they will probably do more, but right now they are just a visual addition that is themed to a particular room. They were added in when dice rolling was added to adventure mode. So like they're a thing that signifies a location in adventure mode, but in fort mode, they don't do anything. When they start working on systems again, I guess after the siege updates, we'll start seeing stuff with that again. Vote Gremlin, naturally. Let's see what the value of this is currently. Okay, so let's go. So go up here and type in bars. 63 iron. I may just like... Am I out of wood? Oh, there's my other carpenter shop. I was wondering about that. Let's deconstruct that. You're right there. Let's go up to here and get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. You two can stay for now. You can stay. I'm in an ad break, so I will pause. No, you do not. You are 100% mistaken, Rin. We're in an ad break, so we'll wait until this is over. Yeah, but I mean, if a chair is toppled, the gods will get angry. It's not limited to a specific, building type. If somebody topples anything in a temple, it can get them cursed. So it doesn't matter if it's a table, a chair, a chest, a coffin, an altar, anything. It doesn't matter. Back in the day, it used to only be statues, but that got changed. I don't actually know when. But, like, I've had that happen when, what's the word? Somebody throws something. Toppling a chair will do it. Toppling a door will do it. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's an easy way to identify a room, basically, Hawk Jockey. What % of Twitch am I in now? You can check this at any time. Let's go to twitchtracker.tv. Is it .tv? No, it's a .com. And then type in me. Press enter. View me. Wow, this website actually loads quickly. Did they fix their servers? We are currently ranked 9,200. We are in the top 91.16 English listed streams, and in the top 0.01% of Twitch currently at this exact moment. Although that's over the last 30 days. So hold on, let me just, I don't know about exactly right now. This exact moment, I don't have that information. But that's just based on the last... Oh, wait, no, that is today. I see. When I scroll down, that is today. Although, wait, that was before my view count spiked up, so I've got to give it 30 minutes or so to update. That was before we got plopped on front page, so I don't know. Because that's listed with the 196 views we had before. You took my advice of building cavern layers for natural forts, and you had probably the most fun dwarf fort yet. Yeah, exactly. Building within limitations is fun. So anyway, you are making ash. I am not making lye. What did I put on this? Oh, I see. There just isn't enough ash. Let's just get rid of that. So that starts working. 2 more beds. It's a shame none of these dwarves are married. Because then I wouldn't need to make as many bedrooms. That's all of them on this side, so let's just do chests for ones that need it still. Don't have that many. Sweet. But yeah, I mean, temples are mostly just an aesthetic signifier. That's all they're really there for. I mean, in the future, I'd be willing to bet they'll probably be connected to I mean, just if you go look at the roadmap, you'll see what I'm talking about. But the roadmap that was released last week talks about siege updates and how the temples are going to play into that somehow to do with magic. So I wouldn't be too surprised if altars play a role in that. But for the time being, yeah, they don't do much. This is my weaponsmith's guild. This is my, yeah, okay. It's also this process of like trying to keep track of everything that's going on in this fort. Do I want to expand you? Or do I just want to do it this way? See what I can do with you. There. I think I'm just going to deconstruct all this right now. We'll just stick to building it slightly below ground. It's just easier for the time being. Prepare meal, render fat. I need a farmer's workshop. I was going to put those down here. Connected to the Farmers Guild, which is right there, just north of here. And we also need to start working on that pump stack. And also get more beds in here, like now. Let's start digging in bedrooms. Always a great time. I mean, it's nice that it exists because then you can plan for it, right? Like you can plan for a dwarf to get cursed by an altar because of the way the mechanic works. I actually quite like the altar curse mechanics. I think those are pretty fun. Like you can kind of, if you're planning on building like a more running loose on the limit kind of fort that's gonna get really upset dwarves, you can kind of plan to have things collapse in that way, which I think's a good time. It saves you from having to build doors, which is ironic because I have virtually infinite doors in this fort. I just think they look nice. And it also leads to like having double capacity for bedrooms pretty quickly. The reason you end up with double capacity for bedrooms is I can then put more on this level if I need more. Back from work. Welcome back from work. Hopefully you had a good day at work. Copied books that don't have titles, they just say bound codex. That's not a bound codex is not a copied book. That is a bunch of blank paper that has been bound. A copied book would say name of book copy in the title, unless something's busted and not titling it correctly. So a bound codex is not a book. That is just a codex that has been bound. There is no actual book in that. We is on front pages. Here, I'll show you. You absolutely can do. It doesn't need a door. It just needs to have 4 walls, and a door is considered a wall. So yes, you can do multi-selection. This also works for tombs. Front page indeed, Silvershe. Front page indeed. I don't expect it to bring too many new chatters. It doesn't generally. Especially because I'm not playing, like, you know, the normal stuff people are used to seeing on the front page. But it's still a a bit of fun, you know? So you're doing it wrong? Scholars will write copies. I can't remember. Did I build a library in this fort? I don't think I did. Yeah, no, I certainly did not. Here, just let me show you. So this is the number of written objects in your fortress. So it'll say the number of books that have contents. And then this is the number of copies they will make per book. And in order to have copies, you need to have unwritten quires or unwritten scrolls in your fortress. So once it's been bound, it can no longer be written on, I don't think, unless they've changed that. So you need to have blank quires. And then once the blank quires have been written on, then you can say bind book, and then they will bind the quires into books. I mean, I know you, Cat Pig. It's good to see you, mate. Uh-oh. Just a bunch of ice. Kind of wasn't expecting that. That's kind of super dangerous. Eesh. Well, all right then. Scrolls are easier. Yep, that is true. Scrolls are, in fact, easier. All right, so let's follow this. So I know that side's good. But it's this middle one right here. So what I'm going to do is just dig through here and dig to here. Scrolls may be easier, but they keep rolling out of your hands down the hall. Stop trying to go bowling with them then, you know? Also, hi, new chatter. Twisted D&B. I don't know, Twitch chat. Round of beers for the newbies. It's always nice to see people, you know? Being on front page is fun. It's been a while. It's been a couple months. You have no idea what the wider Twitch meta is for games? Games that people are playing? Popular games? But, you know, it's nice that weirdos who play games like this, like me, get featured on Twitch front page a couple of times a year these days. What's up, Alana? Hey, Twitch chat, could I get a shout out for Alana, please? You don't know those games, Lamel? I mean, you do. You've heard of a Balatro. That's a more popular game. You know, games that have like 20,000 people playing any given day instead of like 1,100 or less. Like Goblin Camp, that game I was streaming on Friday, has like 5 people playing most days. Balatro looks like a video game of all time. You got over 500 books from looting? You're just fixing your systems? Yeah, no, you also need to make sure that you have a chest in your library if you want them to be able to actually put the quires in there. Okay, so we're going to get the fortification down here. And that'll probably expose some more of this. I need to just see the edges of this. Peek through the wall. So that exposes a good amount more. Okay, so there's like water beneath this. Yeah, that ain't happening. Okay, so I'm going to move you from there to over here. So let's go up to here and down. That's fine. Down to there. Sweet. Yeah, that'll work. So now I can get rid of you. And know exactly where I'm going. Because that's the level. Well, actually, I should probably just go to one lower than that. And now I should be able to dig stairs. And, well, okay, not entirely. Now I should be able to, where's the best place to put some stairs for this? Although this needs to be bigger. Needs to be bigger. Okay, why don't I actually, instead of doing this way, let's do this way. Okay, well, instead of doing it that way, let's do it this way. Then I'll collide with the water. Okay, where's like a slightly better place for this? And I could put it right there. Then it would be like in the middle of this highway. Could put it here though. Which I should probably seal this off anyway. Not so bad. That'll work. Let's try this. And then this, yeah, this would work okay. So then go down like right here. Yeah, that'll work. It's just this corner that's a bit of a pain, but that's fine. So this is going to be how many levels? That's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 22. $44 is what I need. And 44. 43 iron bars. And I got a decent amount of coke. Obviously not infinite coke. Let's pause that. Let's also check you. Got a little bit more steel armor. But hello, geek with black hair. I don't know, if you're new here and you just fell in here from the Twitch front page and you're confused, say hi. Or just say hi, I don't know. This is basically flat Minecraft, but it's SimCity. Plenty of people know what this game is from hearing about it. Many people are too scared to try it. It's not that bad. You know, I used to make dwarven water reactors all the time. But at some point something changed and they seem to evaporate weirdly quickly, so I kind of basically never use them anymore. Darius, thanks for the first pack of gifted subs of the day. Appreciate you. Appreciate you greatly. And Celesty would like a dwarf. Your usual, Celesty? What's available? Yeah, we'll just use dolomite, that's fine. Gem cutter. I got a jeweler, but that's Elfie. I got Rovod, who's got a beard. Do I have anybody else with that skill that doesn't have a beard? How about Lytas the Diagnoser, who's an accomplished gem setter, but just happens to work in the medical field? I have DF hack, but I don't have any of the scripts or overlays enabled. I use it as a like bug testing feature because I don't find it necessary. I've never really used it extensively, so I find it to be, it feels like cheating in a lot of ways. Like I played this game on and off since 2009 and I never used DF hack. I use it occasionally for things like quick saving or figuring out how something died or like trying to fix a bug if there's something that's egregious, but that's very rare these days. Doctress Gem Cuttress. Lightast. Amethyst cannot tolerate differences in culture, lifestyle, or appearance. Man, you must love my goblins. Almost never feels discouraged and is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She can handle stress and has little interest in joking around, does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. And she likes to take it easy. She is generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. I need to be making rock blocks. I think what I'm going to do is this. Rock block. 300. Doesn't matter what type. Repeat seasonally. Well, let's say monthly. If number of rock blocks is below 100. Like right now. On your conquest on the world against the goblins. I love the power struggle that's building up here. I mean, I think this might just be me, but like digging. Oh, also, by the way, the numbers there, that's not DF hack. That's just vanilla. I try to not make this stream into a like, I use DF hack because this reason, or I don't use DF hack because this reason. It's a single player game. Play the game exactly the way you want, and don't worry about it. There's more interesting things in this game than discussing whether or not you like to use tools in DF hack. And I don't, for a multitude of reasons, but mostly being I'm known for my Dwarf Fortress tutorials, and it's difficult to explain a game in a vanilla state to people if I'm not used to playing it in a vanilla state. I've always played it that way. I don't find the tools to be particularly useful, so end of discussion. That's it. Tis what it is. If you find them useful, go with Armok and enjoy them. Well, cheers, Krazuli, or Krazul. Game looks like Factorio. Other way around. Except Factorio is very flat. This isn't flat. You see, like, here. We'll use some DF hack for a second here. First, I'm just going to run a quick save. But I'll show you what I mean. This is actually like flat Minecraft. So instead of it being a 2D game, it's a 3D game with hundreds of maps stacked on top of each other. I mean, the fortress must grow. This is true. The fortress must indeed grow. So this is what we're actually seeing, or a 3D representation of what you're seeing. Oh no, this is very much a resource management game. Trust me, this is a resource management game. It's just not a conveyor belt management game. So, you know. I like the aesthetics of Factorio. I find playing Factorio to be kind of exhausting. Like, visually, I think Factorio is kind of hypnotic, but playing Factorio is just so much goddamn work. I wish it wasn't, though. It's like, it does look awesome. How does one access Stone Sense? You open DF Hack and you type in S Sense or Stone Sense. It's up to you. How many layers is there in this particular map? It goes up to layer Nice. It's over here in the top corner. It goes down to layer 6. This map is really thin because it's what's it called? Very close to sea level. But they can go up to about 400 layers tall. I had no decision as to how tall this one would be because this is a world gen fortress map. So essentially a lot of the structures here were generated by the game, like these towers, which I'm slowly repopulating because they were put there by the game itself, not me. Another thing about Dwarf Fortress that Dwarf Fortress does that makes it stand out in the genre is this is my fortress right here, right? The world map isn't static and the world map doesn't care about me. So essentially, I'm here, and the game, behind the scenes, every time the game saves, is playing a very, 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 very slow game of Civ. So every single one of these locations has population counts. That's a very big one. Wait, hold on. Is that... What was that? What was that called? The Greatest Hatred. Anyway, these different locations, well, the red ones are at war with me, the gray ones don't know I exist, and the green ones are allies. The blue ones are friendly to me. They all have their own goals, their own outcomes. The leaders of all of these places have different preferences, which are dictating what they're doing. So the entirety of the time that I spend playing in my little fortress while the game is unpaused, the overworld is doing its thing. And then when I'm done playing my fortress or need to take a break playing my fortress, I can retire the fortress and then play as an adventurer or go play a different fortress elsewhere and see other parts of the world. But if I play as an adventurer, then I can just travel and traverse the entire world in an open world sandbox, basically. Kind of like playing Rust by yourself, where, you know, you can go around and punch people in the head and steal items and move stuff around and interact with the world in some fun ways. Was hatred problem? What? I really like the Young Buck. We're at war with an elven faction called the Young Buck, so as far as I'm concerned, a bunch of wrestlers are about to show up. The Spry Scourge. I read that as a Spry Sponge originally. Now I'm disappointed. The Belted Lie, the Greatest Hatred. No, the fortress is called Hatred Problem. They've got a bit of a hatred problem there. I like the Ticked Bandits. No, the Tick Bandits. Don't tick off the bandits because they will... Jackalful? Did they eat all the jackals? But yeah, no, good times. Actually, do I have any news? I may have some news and rumors. We got a couple. What's the world up to? The midwinter of 356, Snarling Braids was conquered by the Low Nightmare. Elven civilization taken over by goblins. Ureth's tamed body became the Holy Crypt of the Order of Dust, replacing Moral Idlebridge, so Moral either died or stepped down. Let's see. Trotted Tormenta became the Holy Gorge of the Sect of Amethyst, replacing Eden Roombites. Stozu Belt Ruthless became the Holy Silver of the Doctrine of Bronze. And Zuglar became the Holy Gorge. What else do we have? Anything else? No news of armies moving around? Tisk. I should trade with these dwarves up here so we can get rumors from them. Comparing those games is like trying to compare a single-player sandbox to, like, trying to compare this to CUD is like trying to compare Human Fall Flat to Baldur's Gate. You really can't do that. They are very, very, very different games. The only similarities that they have is control scheme. How complete are they? Not very. I mean, adventure mode is probably the least developed part of Dwarf Fortress because people are silly and don't like open world conquest simulators. But in theory, it's closer to something like Kenshi, where it's a big ass sandbox. You walk around and you can gain skills and interact with the world by poking it. You can influence the future of the world pretty easily in adventure mode, but You're not going to be like building a fortress or anything. You're not going to be digging mines or anything. But you can walk around and you can chat with people. You can spread knowledge and rumors. You can change the course of history pretty easily if you know what you're doing. So comparing it to Cataclysm is unfair to both it and Cataclysm because the only similarities that they have is they're both turn-based and have the same camera perspective. We're in an ad break. I will pause game. It's got an extremely compelling combat system. That's what I'll say about Adventure Mode. Well, they're the young buck, but I add the S. Nika Harper. That's called front page, Jasper. Yeah, we are currently on the front page of Twitch. Normally, for anybody tuning in from the front page, we normally have like 200 people here. So it's a little bit busier. You know, I've never seen the Wet Bandits, but I'll bet you could name yourself the Wet Bandits. Because wet is a word, bandit is a word, and the is a word. So you could probably finagle that together. Yeah, blind's big again. Diamond. Adventure mode is interesting, but it is the least gamey of the two modes. I mean, Fortress mode definitely has a more compelling game loop. Adventure mode is more for somebody who really wants to go exploring and reading things. Sort of like how, there's two kinds of people who play Elite Dangerous. There's people who fly around in the bubble and shoot stuff, and then there's people who just go and scan planets. And if you're the kind of person who's just going to go scan planets, you'll probably really like Adventure mode. Because it's very much an exploration and poking systems and trying to figure out how different parts of the game work. It's also essentially engine development for Dwarf Fortress because they both run on the same rule set, right? The only difference is Fortress mode is 144 times faster than Adventure mode. So essentially you can gain a bigger appreciation for a lot of the under the hood stuff that the game is doing, which I personally really like. Because I'm just, a weirdo for this game. And then there are some people who just don't play Fort mode at all and only play Adventure mode. And then there's some people who are vice versa, where they only play Adventure mode and don't play Fort mode at all. I mean, scanning planets in Elite Dangerous is the equivalent of walking around and just reading every single statue's description in Adventure mode. Or walking around in town and asking about troubles here until you find somebody who actually knows something interesting. You've flown to the core in Elite twice? I can't remember the name of the system off the top of my head, but my spaceship in Elite, the last time I played, is as far away from the bubble as you could possibly be. So. That's all. So we're making soap from tallow now, looks like. Yeah, I've been to Colonia a dozen times or something. I'm just too lazy to fly back, so I probably won't. My older sister has only ever really messed around with Legends and World Gen. So yeah, she uses it she hasn't played it in a long time, but a number of years ago she used to use Dwarf Fortress to generate D&D campaigns, basically. So she would take the world map and and some portions of Legends and would play that way. It's a perfectly valid way to play. Yeah, let's just let them work on those for a little bit. What is... Oh, okay. So, I found a whole bunch of Kilonite now, which is what we're working on. One of the things we're working on. I'm just gonna dig a circle here. Or maybe not dig a circle, but construct that there. Let's just make coke from lignite, which it's not Coca-Cola and it's not cocaine. But it is a material that we can turn into coal. Let's say, actually, greater than 10, and refined coal is less than 30. It will smelt. And also, I need just like a stockpile for coke and lignite. Or for, not coke and lignite, for, the... What's the other one? Bituminous coal. Coal and lignite. And this is some of the most... here's the thing, Paratozen, if you don't want to drop the money on it right away, there is a free version on the website. It just looks like this. The only difference between the free version and the paid version, the free version looks like this, and it doesn't have music. But if you're not allergic to ASCII and you want to try the game, it is kind of dope to play it this way. But if you are allergic to ASCII, the graphics are for sale for not a lot of money. But yeah, this is my bread and butter. I basically live here. If you want to see more Dwarf Fortress related things as well, over on the YouTube channel that I have, I make like full-length movies about this game. And if you need help, there's a room on my Discord called DF Questions, where you can go ask questions about how to play this game, and there's an active community there that'll help. Who's on the front page? I was gonna just like name a big streamer, but now I can't. My brain blanked. So I don't know. Ninja. I'm old, okay? Been doing this for 11 years. When I think big streamers, I think man versus game. Yes. Most def. DF is free to play on the official site, and the premium version is paid. Yes. Correct. The ninja of DF. Me on the front page? Really? Wow, that's wild. I had no idea. So when I say old, I'm not talking about me in like a physical age sense, Jasper. I'm talking about me in a streaming sense. I've been streaming on Twitch for 11 years. So when it comes to this industry as a profession, I'm old. Okay? I'm old. This shit didn't exist. Like, I had to explain to my dad what this was. Now his, like, employees talk about this. So, you know. But no, I'm aware I'm very much not old. Thank you for reminding me. So I could use tin glaze. I'm also just going to go into here real quick and remove cassiterite, because I think we're going to use cassiterite to glaze keelanite, because I think I can do that. And not in the Zoomer speak sense. No. Don't use Lazy Noob Pack in 2025. You don't need it in the current year. Maybe if you're playing version 47. But there's no reason to use it in the current year. But if you're trying to play older versions of the game, then yeah. But if you're playing the current versions of the game, there's no reason to use it. No, it's all good. It's because, like, there really isn't as many tile sets for the older versions as there used to be. Because older versions... Wow, this just keeps fucking going. Older versions of the game... Kind of looks like a heart. Anyway, older versions of the game had a lot of tile sets. This version of the game requires literally thousands of sprites to have a complete tile set, so there really isn't any. And the ASCII is not rectangular, which makes it not compatible with most of the old tile sets. And also, like, all the settings are in game now, which is primarily what it was useful for. At this point, if you don't want to play the ASCII version, it's just just buy the game and refund it if you don't want it, or buy the game. It is DRM free, so you can copy and move your install files and do with that knowledge what you will. I mean, glazing to me means something very different than what it does to kids in high school. Orc with Bow, thanks for $2. What's my favorite metal? Both the music genre and fuzz rock or stoner metal or sludge. Anything in that kind of window is probably my favorite metal. What's my favorite metal? Aluminum's pretty useful. Makes a good wax stick or baseball bat. Okay, so this actually I'm going to just increase to priority numero uno. Number 1! Gator done. Yeah, we're just going to go one further down, I think. But yeah, no, just also for clarity, when it comes to... Oh shit, there's platinum nuggets. There's like some pretty fancy metals in some of these. When you're talking about like older versions of this game and stuff, you do got to remember one kind of pretty important thing, which is that there's a lot of out-of-date versions of Dwarf Fortress, and Dwarf Fortress has changed a lot in the last 20 years, so having to be like, no, that's not currently accurate is not uncommon in the slightest when it comes to talking about Dwarf Fort. Okay, so the annoying thing about this, yeah, no, this will just, this, even though this is just gonna get canceled like a dozen times, this won't be too big of a pain in the ass. Just literally gonna fill these in. But like the number of times I've had to tell people, no, the stuff doesn't cave in. They removed that in 2008. Unless you remove all supports. It's a couple times a day. During busy days. When there's big updates. Still can't look at carp the same way? Yeah. I mean... I don't... You know, for me, maybe it's recency bias, but carp are fine at this point for me. It's children that I don't like, because I remember that very brief window where a mother dwarf would have a baby, and then the baby would wander around on top of the mother dwarf's head until the mother dwarf died of thirst, because they would make it impossible for mom dwarf to get any source of sustenance. It was kind of grim. Like, they were literally like riding and mind controlling their mums until they died of thirst. Simply put, they changed how the mounting code worked. And there was a very brief window there where if you had a baby, it was a death sentence. Cats are not allowed. Cat explosions also don't happen anymore. Although the funny thing about cat explosions is what people actually think of cat explosions was a mod combined with a bug. Poor Helen Keller. She did nothing wrong. Jarlis, what do you got against Helen Keller? You know, it's funny that, like, people say that more and more, Kazul. Is like, people find the ASCII to be super intimidating until they try it. And it's like, oh, actually, this is pretty straightforward. Now that I understand the game's visual logic. It's just a matter of understanding the game's visual logic, right? Let me just lock these doors as well. So I don't really care if magma crabs come crawling out of here. We're on the front page of Twitch. Raccoon Wolf. Astro Joe. I'm legally blind. My right eye doesn't work at all. My left eye has severe tunnel vision. You're being ableist. Thank you. I appreciate your hatred. It's fun. Feels good, man. It was a joke? Ah, well, a joke needs a punchline. And humor. And the ability to make you not look like a dick. You're just being a dick and then saying it's a joke as a form of cover-up. It's not going to work here. So, we can move on, but just realize you're not correct. It is actually self-deprecating humor. Man-eating tapir is where the name came from. Because I'm all for self-deprecating humor. People being unnecessarily ableist? Hey, mods. I'm going to need you to keep a wee bit of an eye. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Read what he's saying, Stone. Absolutely. $100% intended. Started playing DF like I do Factorio, and I had a lot of fun. Recently got more into doing the smaller scale forts and focused on storytelling. Keeping track of a set of main characters is the best thing that you can do in a game like this. Let's follow a strange mood. What do you need? Rough gems. Rock blocks, okay. What else do you need? Shells? Ooh. Do I have fishing enabled? I do not. Let's enable fishing. As far as rough gems go. We do have rough gems. We do have tanned hides. We do have rock blocks. Shells. Cheers, Hatback. Gotcha. Well, happy to help with the tutorials. Even though they take a back seat in the priorities these days, but I'm glad they're still useful. Ooh, that was a little bit of a lag chunk. I wonder what caused that. Yeah, whenever a dwarf does something interesting, give them a nickname. And then keep track of the ones that you've given nicknames, obviously. But that's a big part of it. But yeah, mods, I'm putting a little bit of trust in you guys today. Don't want to turn auto mod on, so... Tutorial God. I tutorialized God, fun fact. So glad they added more sprites for custom statues. They look really good, don't they? They do look really good. Arm is in fact okay. Although a little bit sore because I got hit in the shoulder pretty hard during a concert this weekend. And also I need to fill in a bunch of these. These are all holes in the ground. I once, Bozo Short in the YouTube chat says, I had a dwarven child nicknamed the Beast because of an incident with a cave fishman. I once had a dwarven child punch a demon and their head exploded. So yeah, you gotta love stuff like that. It's always entertaining. Demon Nani, exactly. All right, let's do this here. Oh, let's just use more of this. Then we have to start digging this whole thing out, which shouldn't take too long. It's all getting constructed, and this should just be, yeah, it's already priority number 1. Just got to get there. Some 2 really pissed off dwarves. Of course it's not Tsubami. Do the spheres of gods have any effect beyond the materials that their angels are made from? It can change the goals of the character that worships them, and how often they will curse you if you defile their statues. But outside of that, not a ton. A lot of that stuff is placeholder right now. Also, for those of you who are super interested in Dwarf Fortress things, on Thursday this week at 10 a.m. Pacific time, I think it's 6 p.m. GMT and 1 p.m. Eastern, Tarn, Dwarf Fortress guy Tarn Adams, is going to be chatting on stream for, I don't know, 2 hours or so. So if you would like to send in a question, there is a link to do that in the community section of my YouTube channel right now. You may have an, vampires are far from immortal for your Marks dwarves. Just an FYI, if that's kind of what you're suggesting. They will absolutely die from bleeding and whatnot. They won't die of old age, but they will die from bleeding. As I just slowly move my way up. Someone's gonna get stuck in here, aren't they? So we're gonna go this way. Which means I'm going to need to not put you here, and instead put you here. So I can dig around it. Can fill it in later. And then I'm gonna need to go up and down this. Right down to there, skip this one, and then keep going. Down to there. Well, actually, this one I can erase. You just use targets? The one thing, the main difference between using targets and using living entities is living entities are 7 times more effective as training than using like Marksdwarf's targets. So it is faster to use training critters. Zombies are probably your best bet though, because they actually just straight up won't take any damage. If you're using like, you know, not super high quality dwarves to shoot at them. So zombies are usually your best bet. That or something very large. But once they start getting better, they will just like hit them in the head and knock them out and they'll die. But you really need something that can't die from bleeding, because even like bronze or wooden bolts will cause bleeding. Yeah, I mean, you're better off like assigning your entire Marksdwarf squad to just be hunters for a couple of years before putting them into the Marksdwarf squad. Not even a couple of years, like weeks. If you're using anything better than silver bolts, they'll kill the bronze colossus. Diamond. Man, kind of tempted to just use this for power. It's like right here. The problem is it's going to freeze once a year. Where's this primarily spilling in right now? It's not here. Ah, it's... You know, this'll work. I could just go down into here. Set this as channel up. And I could easily just like move all this into here. And this is where we can power it. It's time for some renovations with pickaxes. Okay, so let's see this. So we've got char and rainbow trout. And this is where they're fishing, I presume. Yeah, because if I don't get shells from this, then yeah, this dwarf's dead. Because we're in late winter. I think we trade with humans. Oh yeah, no, I mean, if you're gonna have captured prisoners, at least for the time being, absolutely, just you can use them as cannon fodder with little punishment there. What are you waiting so long for? Oh, you're trying to conduct a meeting. Do you not have an office? Maybe I need to increase the value of your office. Did I never make you a weapon rack? I thought I did. Let's make 30 and 30. Let's do 31, actually. Let's use granite. Granite's fine. Cage traps is how you capture somebody. Although, apparently that's planned to be changed this year, and that cage traps are going to get less effective, which is probably for the best. Even though in my heart it makes me cry. They are a bit busted, currently. Or rather, still possible to catch mega beasts, but less effective, and they want prisoners to be more interesting, are the two things. No easy way to get a gremlin. Oh yeah, there is. Just make a gremlin trap. They're also way too strong. Yeah, they're kind of the, like, if you find them to be too strong, just don't use them kind of things. But, I don't know. If you want to see what's coming, just go I say look at the tech tree. Or not the tech tree, the roadmap, which is on the most recent Steam update, if you scroll down past the patch notes. Between a Titan and Forgotten Beast, Titan live above ground, Forgotten Beast live below ground. Titans have higher chance of being a god. Forgotten Beasts do not. Also, just as a reminder, especially people who are new here, I'm a completely crowdfunded channel. I don't do any sponsored time. So keeping an eye on that Prime sub, or, you know, sharing the stream around and telling your friends is the best way to help keep this channel funded. So apparently we are in the top 0.11 of Twitch. We were in the top 0.2 earlier. So that's the difference between 200 people watching and 1,500 people watching, which is cool. Thanks for the $1, Pork. Appreciate ya. So instead, you're more likely to hear me talk smack about, you know, whatever video game everybody's being sponsored to play at that given minute than you are to see me play it. But have you considered Cade Trap funny? I mean, hey. I don't know anybody who was paid to play Civ 7. People probably were, but I don't know anybody who was. Although, trust me, Civ 7 will be like every other Civ game. In 5 years, people will love it. I remember there being, like, riots in the streets and people with pitchforks when Civ 6 came out, and people love Civ 6 now. This is just normal Civ. And what's even funnier is, like, the difference between this one and Civ 6 is the people that I know who just play a shit ton of Civ actually really like Civ 7. Like, the people that I know that have, like, thousands of hours in recent Civilization games are all just like, I mean, it needs work, but it's pretty good, actually. I just think it's funny. A stack of Doom strategy? Calm down, Grandpa. I do still have my disc for Civ 4, though, so I guess I'm kind of there with you to a degree. I don't think they've kept... Because, like, can't you not be Gandhi by the modern age now? Stack of Doom is... Having stacks of Doom is, in fact, a bad thing, yes. 0 out of 10 worst game? Yeah, because, like... Your leader changes, or like your faction changes as you move through the ages, but I digress. I just realized that this is an arrow, so this is gonna be like an up arrow, down arrow, left arrow, right arrow. Oops. We went through that soap quickly. Clearly just don't have enough fatty glob. Ah, well, we'll get there. Also need to check something. I didn't set a population limit, did I? Always forget. No, I did not. We good. A bunch of random seeds outside. Dwarves eating food. Do I have hunters? Let's throw 2 hunters in. Start hunting chinchillas. Yeah, this dwarf might just go insane. Unless we get lucky. Well, I mean, Gandhi can launch nukes. But Gandhi being guaranteed to launch nukes is an urban myth. D-pad crafting station, kinda, yeah. You thought of buying this game years ago, but the learning curve is too damn high? I have a question. What would you say is the most complicated game you've ever learned? I have this discussion with Escape from Tarkov players all the time. It's like, they're just, they come up to me and they're like, Blind, I'd like to learn this game, but it's too hard. And then I'm like, you play Escape from Tarkov like 100 hours a week. What the hell are you talking about? Can almost remove shoes from this uniform. Probably Dota 2. Yeah, this game's significantly easier to learn than Dota 2. We're getting there. I'll get them to replace their clothing when they all have full sets of armor. You know, the thing is, games aren't that complicated. Dwarf Fortress isn't that complicated. It's simply a question of, are you willing to put the time in to learn the game? And if the answer is no, then okay, yeah, you're right, it's too complicated. If the answer is yeah, then you'll learn pretty quickly that it's not as absurdly difficult or steep as far as the learning curve goes than any other game with a learning curve. That's absolutely doable, 100% learnable, and you are capable of learning it if you want. If you don't want, that's okay. But don't worry about insulting your own intelligence, saying that it's too hard for you, because if you put your mind to it, you have the power. It's just simply a matter of putting your mind to it. So I need to get to this. And then I need to block that off. There will still be water falling down here, but let's also get rid of this. Avenge you. Okay, what does that mean? You gotta give me more descriptors here, friend. I'm not your murder hobo of vengeance. I need to have some instructions of what kind of dwarf you would like. And Too Tall Dad, thanks for the prime. Don't forget to check your primes, chat. But yeah, the one like cliff note I'll say about Civ is, isn't Civ just like the peak patient gamers game? Oh, more kobolds. I don't know what they plan to do, but good luck. If this interface turns people away, then I can't help you. Like, this is a less complicated interface than the original Roller Coaster Tycoon, with the exception of maybe the minecart screen, which you don't really need to learn. So I can't help you. We'll go with dealer's choice then. What do you want on the happiest of the scren, Squizzly? You could have Erosh, you could have Kvish, you could have Unib, Obak. Oh, there is a goblin. Besmer. You could have Besmer. I thought this one had been named, but... Zalvi, hello. Like, genuinely, like, if Dwarf Fortress's interface is what's turning people away, then... There's one question which that I saw in the Future of the Fortress this past month, which made me want to smack my head against the wall, which was somebody saying, are you going to take another period of time to work on quality of life for Dwarf Fortress now that Adventure Mode's out? It's like... And Tar's response literally was like, yeah, we'll be plucking away at that, but that's largely what the last 2.5+ years have been. 3-4 years even. Like, the remaking of the UI for the entire video game was the quality of life patch. So, I don't know. It's like, what do people want, really? Chatterbug, thank you very much for the 11th month. Welcome back. Back from my trip, ready to watch DF. Welcome back. I mean, there'll be slowly plucking away and improving the interface incrementally, but like, I don't understand people's easily, like, speed at which people give up on an interface, I suppose. I'm just going to call you Squizzly, actually, because that way I can differentiate the two easier in Legends. Is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism. Oh, it's Twitch chat. Does not generally seek retribution for his past wrongs, and generally feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, is very comfortable around others that are different from himself, and doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, does not generally respond to emotional appeals, and would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight. His little interest in joking around and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and does not go out of his way to help others. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he is quick to anger, and he likes to take it easy. He tends to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and is quick to form negative views about things, is somewhat quarrelsome and enjoys the company of others, and likes a little excitement now and again. Dreams of ruling the world, there you go, and personally values nature and doesn't particularly value self-control. Sees equal parts of harmony and discord as part of life. You have no preferences because you're a goblin. I might make this goblin into my, like, captain of the guard. You do have a wife somewhere, apparently, and plenty of nieces and nephews and cousins, and a lover as well, or had a lover. And you've got tons of friends, and you've got one friend in the port. I mean, I was thinking the same thing, Celesty. Why are you screaming man-eating tapir? The goblins have already won. They've elected a goblin. So, I hate to break it to you, but your rivalrousness is just going to get you put in prison. Just saying. This is a figmentation of your own brain's imagination. I don't even consider that a regression for the vast majority of new users. That's only a regression for the old school player base, my rep. You shall rebel more seriously. You enjoy playing it up a bit. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. I get that you're just goofing. How are we doing on cloth? 100 nice. 160 nice. We've got tons of silk. Let's do silk. Let's do silk caps. Let's make 100 silk caps. The goblins don't understand what a union is. Like, if you look at their like their faction ethics, they are like the most meritocracy, you don't deserve anything faction. If anybody employs union busters, it's the goblins, I guess. No, that's an ogre. Just trying to get caught up on things. Eh. Union, onion. They don't even rhyme. Just saying. How can you tomato that? Let's get back to that pump stack. Jitterbug, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Helping keep the channel funded. One subscription at a time. I do actually appreciate that. It means a lot, mate. Don't even know what lava-safe materials I have. Gabbro, so we're a little bit short. I think quartzite's also lava-safe. Actually, dolomite's lava-safe, isn't it? Dolomite is in fact lava-safe, so I'll just use dolomite blocks. Could also use Gabbro. This will take quite a lot of clicking, but we'll get her done. I also don't have enough pieces just yet, but we'll get there. In more ways than one. We all have our moments. And if your moment in the spotlight is over, you shouldn't be, you know, throwing too many subs in the chat, but I do greatly appreciate the resub and the 5-pack of gift subs. It's a perfectly good opportunity for layer this time, because sometimes I use 4. I don't have that far to go, and you want to pump as much lava as possible, right? So this doesn't use that much more power. I don't have that far to go, and might as well just use more. I almost always do too, unless I really don't need much of it in a place. So, because like eventually I'm probably gonna bring this all the way up to the surface, and thinking about some surface lava shenanigans. So work with Bo. We're on the front page of Twitch today. Let's keep the real life discussion down to a minimum. Chat, can I get a round of beers, please? Because I don't want to have to relabel my stream. All good. Don't worry about it. That's why I have the hole here, is because the back of them acts like a mechanism and also goes vertical. So when I dig the trench, the extra trench here, this is what transfers power. It's all good. Merlin Buff, it's good to see you. No, but you can have a mug of Plump Helmet wine and a free bedroom, Danny. But if you need a welfare check, you're still training. We haven't been attacked by anything, but that's mostly likely because I haven't gone on my way to attack anything. Also, looks like we need new trousers for a lot of these dwarves. But that's okay because they're soon not going to be wearing them anymore. Actually, bars. I'm still making steel bars. This one's paused. Could just like queue up pig iron because, nah, actually we got an okay number. Let's just go up here and go steel leggings. Just do 10 more because I'm pretty sure I'm out. Yes, I am in fact out. Sure, if you get a Dwarf Redemption, Server Lord. But the last one was redeemed 12 minutes ago, so you'd have to redeem a new Dwarf. But that's not something I can guarantee, because Dwarves can be lazy but still take up tons of jobs. And even lazy Dwarves will still do jobs, they'll just do them less consistently. So maybe it's not as much of a one-to-one thing as you are envisioning. So this is all falling down right here. Actually, the way to do this is this. That's kind of funny looking. Was this? This is the same faction, so we can probably make togas. I can, in fact, make togas. Let's make 30 togas. What I actually need is pants, but... Oops. Let's do 30 silk trousers. Toga's better than pants? All right. Sure. What am I supposed to do with this information? They are certainly rarer than pants. You don't see them as often. You don't get creative? Stick your head in the barrel. Come on. What are you, a dwarf? That was a weird audio tone? Weird audio tone? What weird audio tone? So it's a new fort? What day did I start this? Wednesday? I think we started this at the end of Wednesday, so it was like Wednesday, Thursday we played this fort. Yeah, last stream on Friday we played Goblin Camp. We're going to play Goblin Camp again this evening, too. Must have missed it. Highly likely. If not, almost probable. Pumps are going pretty nice. Some of these still have a long ways to go, but we'll get there. Yeah, because the last fort fell apart. Last fort being the one where I was trying to enslave zombies. Also, apparently it just like straight up doesn't work because zombies that are recently turned remember where traps are and completely avoid them. So my whole like strat and idea for that fort like just fell apart. Kind of the whole game. Man-eating tapir. Like, uh-oh. I was waiting for that to happen. Composed of flame. Oh, that's exciting. That's exciting. The Forgotten Beast Ostrot, Damuzomat, has come. A great quadruped composed of flame. It has large mandibles and it undulates rhythmically. All right, where is it? Oh, hey, that dwarf finally went stark raving mad. Sorry, non-major nerd. Oh, where is this anyway? Okay, so it can't get into my fort, but it is in the water because of the layer that it's on. So it's just gonna run around evaporating everything. Let's watch it for a wee bit and see where it goes. The funny thing about this is a single bolt would kill it, because it is made of fire. I guess it's been running around for a bit already. Doesn't have any known kills. That's metal as hell. I love people asking, it's like, oh, could you just like extinguish a flame beast? It's like, well, try putting it in water and see how that works out for you. I think I'm going to put a drawbridge right here. It's like, well, that is pretty cool. It's just not very effective against us. No kills in 625 years. It's in a very unpopulated area of the caverns. No one's awoken it. We only just awoke it. It's perfectly logical, not weird. Actually, it's pretty common that they don't have any kills. Unless they're like close to a like surface access point or like a bunch of other civs. Yeah, it's pretty common that they don't have any kills. The PSI levels of that cavern are crazy. Yeah, no, it would just blow the walls off, the doors off any wall that you construct in there. Okay. So this stuff's gonna keep going down here. Then this is also just going to help drain down into here. And I will put a door right there. Because I want this all to just drain into here. And then same with here. So I'll plunk the door down right there. So anything that does fall in, actually, maybe not right there. We'll actually move you right up one. Anything that does end up flowing into here, fine. It's not a huge deal. I just don't want it to all be flowing into the stairwell. It's going to get dangerous if nothing else. And it'll be significantly less dangerous to do it this way. Dwarven sauna. In order to let steam through, you would have to use grates, which dwarves can see through, which would probably just scare the piss out of all the dwarves. I can't see that being very wise to set up that way. Blood Beast and Flame Beast can make a steam engine. Yeah. They would also kill each other very quickly. So you'd need a wall between them. Although actually, I think Fire Beast might might just evaporate Water Beast. Presumably it can fire very unpleasant things at you in the form of burning. Okay, so this is actually getting quite a bit of flow underneath it now. So in order to get this going, I just need to wall this off, wall this off, wall this off, and then just dig through this so that they can get down into here. And if anybody falls in there, then they're going to have a really nice shower. Oh, there's 2 water there. Caffeine Power, thanks for the 6-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. Jack, gonna get a big round of beers for that brand new pile of subs. And congratulations to anybody who got one. These will take a few tries to get right. Fire on its own does not hurt the frame rate in the slightest. Fire blocking pathing for dwarves hurts frame rate. Dwarves aren't in that cavern. I'm not going to have any frame rate problems because of that beast. Havoc. I know it probably can't be done, but it would be cool to use the fire beast as a fuel of a forge. I mean, it'd be a very fast way to set all of your dwarves on fire. Not a very effective forge, though. That is an odd place to take a nap there, dwarf. What an odd place to take a nap. Oh, so we're in an ad break, so we'll pause. Hey, chat, we're in an ad break. Mods, be vigilant. I'm going to go take a real quick toilet break. Iron seems in order. Yeah, it's not out of order. If it's out of order, please reorganize it. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Zealdy? Yeah, it's a good time to go refill your beverage. Okay. And the other thing I need to do is mine out all this. The random troll fur earring. The amount of drink we have is just like slowly accelerating. Well, I've heard that people have fallen asleep in showers and causing huge amounts of water damages, so if a dwarf keeps taking a little nap and water sounds fairly reasonable, yeah. Well, I mean, as long as they're not blocking a construction spot, we're fine. I'm mostly just waiting for these to be gone. And once these are filled in, then I can channel through this, and then we just need to block this off. But worst case scenario, we just get some flooding, and that's not that big of a deal. All right, so it's time to say good luck to the dwarves. Please go dig these out. So the dwarves going to go dig this channel out, or probably just right here. Jaded Rat gonna go do good work. The lover of orange TJ. Good luck there, Jaded. There you go, easy peasy. So now this is gonna start filling up. Now look, there's a naked mole dog. Maybe I should just chuck some cage traps in here. And I'm now going to go all the way along here and do this. What are these? Oh, granite boulders. I'm just gonna use the granite boulders just for flooring so it looks a little bit nicer. It's also a way to get these granite boulders out of here. Oh, I did 4 instead of 2. It's nice to have it, Monfreddy. Ever since they made it a lot, like, easier to sign up for it. This is the second time I've gotten it, so quite happy. Hey, look, we're getting them caps. Dwarves with their fancy new caps. Running around looking all dwarfy. You'll love to see it. Should also just literally put a giant door stockpile right here. doors. Probably just stone and clay is all I really need, but just trying to get all these doors like out of this trench. I'll delete this stockpile once they've all been moved. To cap or no to cap? That is the question, Arakasa. It's okay. Ironically, using young people speak is not a sign of being old. It's just a sign of accepting culture you don't understand. AKA being old. Okay, so now that I've done that, let's go water wheel. Oh. So what you're saying is all of my glazers should be no cap. Is the reality here. Because this whole setup here is going to permit a pretty nice glazing industry. I'm not even joking. Like this is just facts. I'm also going to need to go hack down more trees. Dwarf Fortress is what my phone always autocorrects Dwarf Fortress to when I type it in. Kazaril in YouTube chat. As somebody who blacked out in a running shower once, I've fallen asleep in a bathtub, but I can't say I've ever fallen asleep in a shower. At least not that I remember. And if I have, I don't remember it. So do with that information what you will. Uh-oh. Oh, yay! Frosty the Snowball. The Forgotten Beast Gacket Romlamanikut has come. A great humanoid composed of snow. It literally is a snowman. And it has a pair of long antennae, and it appears to be emaciated. Well, it's probably running out of snow, because it's pretty warm down here. Oh, hey, and it can get to me. Excellent. We can do the training thing. Send in the squatties and see where it goes. Cloak secrets? How did you kill 2 dwarves? How? Are you attacking children? You're a snowball. I mean, a snowman, but... Frail and strong? Well... I mean... Is strong, he's just... He's strong in that he's got big muscles, but he's frail in that he'll fall apart easily. Uh-oh. Mebzith, you may want to runzith. And Domas here is all like, yo, it's my chance for greatness. Net joins, runs directly at the beast. And just like that, stabbing the beast in the upper body with his copper shield. Wait, striking the beast, not even stabbing. Striking the beast in the upper body with his copper shield, it broke away most of the tissue. He just went and, like, clotheslined it. It just went, pop! And it just snapped it in half. My chance for great. No, it's the dwarf's chance for greatness. Although it would have been even funnier if this dwarf got it, but the weaponsmith attacks it, but it jumped away. The weaponsmith missed. He's going, I had that. He's terrified while in conflict. Meanwhile, this one is vengeful, but is now the killer of the frost. Well done. Well done. Can I get a round of crypt arrives if you happen to have that emote? It poofed. It definitely went sploofed. Now it will melt. Also, previously, when they would turn into a pile... I don't know if you guys know this, but previously when they would turn into a pile of snow, It would be like the little squiggly lines icon for like liquids, generic liquid. Now that's an actual snow pile. That's interesting. I've never seen that before. And then it just immediately, maybe that's why I've never seen it, it's because it just immediately melted. Forgotten Beast ice cream? Yeah. Probably also get rid of these, like, bodies. So there's a bunch of corpses here, a bunch of giant mole corpses and such. Throw those into the caves or something. Some migrants have arrived. Did you bring any dogs? You're injured? Excuse me. I'm always fascinated when dwarves arrive injured. Like, what happened? Like, did you fall and, like, hit your knee or something? Because their knee is covered with, or their leg is covered with it. Do you have any old wounds? Her upper leg bears a straight scar. Where did you come from? You don't have any like... I'm just gonna give you a nickname. Old wounds. Roof metal, that's a good last name. It's like shingles. You are leisurely, it looks like. Also, I super duper missed this, but apparently Percuss rated us 40 minutes ago. Did anybody give Percuss a shout out? I completely didn't even see it. This is the problem with having too many people watching. God damn you, how dare all of you be tuning in today. Thanks, friends, I love you guys. But no, seriously, I feel awkward there. Can somebody please give Percuss a shout out? Or here, I'll do it. Hey, chat, go if you are interested in that game that's Minecraft but not Minecraft. Please click on that heart. Vintage story, yes. Very, very prolific vintage story streamer. Just go click that heart. You know you want to. Okay. You dream of mastering a skill. Kind of skimming if any of these would be any good for additional military dwarves. Poor empathy, poor focus, thoughtless. Ah. Don't think. Stab with pointy stick. Here, Al. Are you a pump operator? Yes. So it's you. Get in there. No thoughts. Pointy stick. What about you? Dream of raising a family? We'll let you go do that. That's a donkey. Cool. What else he has? Oh, you're a competent axe dwarf. You're actually a decent actor. You're creative, musical, loner. Ooh. Likes to take it easy and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. Is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He often acts with compassion, dreams of mastering skill, personally respects perseverance, and values independence. He prefers to consume chicken. How normal. Novice gem cutter. Oh, yeah. Dreams of raising a family. Dislikes abstract discussions. Best of luck there, dwarf. Every single dwarf needs alcohol to get through the working day. It's like how humans need water to not die. Well, some humans don't think they need water, but humans need water. So drink your water. Dwarves need alcohol. Dwarves use water as like, it's kind of backwards. Dwarves use water to clean wounds, whereas humans use alcohol to clean wounds. Dwarves drink alcohol. It's not that rare to find chicken meat. Now, in the wall, however, you can very easily find wall chicken. You're hateful. Likes to brawl. This engineer is also joining the military. Also need to get a Marksdwarf squad up and running. You're also look at this. Oh, were you in my last fort? How are you already horrified after seeing Vubok die? The hell's going on, guys? Who's Vubok and why did they die? Also, why did you kill Mebzith? Sure, this is, I want to say it's Rocky Wasteland Mountain, but that is whack. Like, I wonder if this was a soldier. You know, I'll bet you this was a trader soldier. Because they're a skilled axe dwarf and talented axe dwarf and skilled like armor user. This has to have been a wagon soldier that showed up at one of my last forts. Because Vabok Buff Urns, I recognize that name. That must have been like watching like what's it called? At Clobbertomb, watching a dwarf die. Because I had several wagons get attacked on their way out. So that must have been what happened. This must have been a dwarf that witnessed the zombies, like, murking. Like, the wagon individuals. That must have been what that was. There's, like, very few other things it could have been. Dream of mastering a skill. She can handle stress. Yeah, I mean, my previous fortresses have been through some shit, so you're kind of like going into that expecting that as a possible... Worried? I guess you've gotten a lot of fun. Remember the Order of Dust. What skills do you have? Because you're a clerk. Competent poet. Oh. Values merriment. Labor talent. You can be a poet. I'll take a poet. Go have fun there, dwarf. Considering the first one that showed up was just, like, injured. Anger-prone, clumsy. You? Lots of siege engineers, too. But somebody asked me to look at the world map. We're right here. Yeah, it's right on the edge of a Badlands, and we're on a mountain. So it may also just be a pure mountain biome, because this was a reclaimed fortress. So I didn't have any control over where we actually settled, but the reason we chose this fortress to settle on is because it was taken over by goblins, and it had these goblin towers on it, which was just super neat. So we decided to settle here. I actually need to connect this tower over here to this thing in the center and then over to here. Is kind of what we plan on doing. So we are Minedarch, which was the original name of the fort, which was, as I said, toppled by goblins. And the goal for this fortress is to reclaim all these towers as part of like a constructed suspended tower fortress. What skills do you have? Competent poet. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being a competent poet. if everybody simultaneously learns, like, poetry skills, that is a good thing for the fortress as a whole. Could make this into a library, but I feel like that would be a little boring. Oh, also, non-major nerd appears, unfortunately, is running around insane. So this religion actually needs a new religious leader. So the Holy Gorge is now Barksdale. Welcome to the position of powers. We'll just let the rest of the dwarves wander in. This is feeling a little bit on the slow side still. Actually, why don't I just do it this way? Do 2 floors of dolomite and dig you down. Same with here. And I will plop a wall piece in there. That got canceled. You're doing good work, except I gotta keep digging. Actually, what I might start doing is just start channeling up into this. This will speed this whole process up of flooding the thing. I will have to, manually continue this, but that's fine. We'll see you later, Legrog. Smash those peak viewer numbers. I had no idea you were here already. Thanks for tuning in. But yeah, it's pretty late where you're at, isn't it? We got a Tundra Titan. Oh, that's exciting. Composed of coral. Fun fact, coral doesn't exist in Dwarf Fortress except as a creature material. Also, Dixil sounds like a somewhat problematic country slur. Anyway, Tundra Titan, Dixil, Quesomasino, has come. A enormous towering blob composed of coral. It has an enormous shell and an austere look about it. Beware its webs. So that's kind of terrifying. Because it's got webs. And it's a Titan, so it's on the surface. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to edit this burrow. Throw all this in. Throw all this in. Bone Dolphin just redeemed a dwarf. Give me a second to queue up all this madness, and then we'll get you dwarfed up. I don't have that many goblins in the fort, so I think they may all be named, but I will confirm. So that's kind of terrifying. Especially because it's moving pretty slowly and deliberately towards me. Thankfully, it's moving slowly. It might be clumsy and trip and fall. It might be. I kind of want to try and trap it. Nope, there's still a dwarf. Get inside there, dwarf. Eh. Not wise, dwarf. Where was I digging? There it is. Okay. Also cave dwellers. Everything's happening all at once here, which is good, because to me, I read this as, you might read this as, rodent men are assaulting the fortress. I read this as, free shields. Well, I gotta lock that. Although it very well could knock the door down. So let's worry about the basement first, because that's the more current concern. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Or, you know, Vile Force of Darkness for good luck. Going out to collect webs in simple terms is running away. They also seemed to know where my traps were. Whoop. This recruit strikes the rodent woman's spearman, but the shot was blocked with an iron shield, and then bashed the rodent woman's spearman in the lower leg with the shaft of her steel spear. This clearly does some work. Says how fragile we are beyond fear. This is truly horrifying. Without wielding a single shield, the dabbling spear lady bashes a rodent spearman in the right lower leg with her steel spear, bruising the muscle, followed up by Moma's, the expert and adept axe dwarf. Let's see how well this dwarf does. Uh-oh. This dwarf is kind of like, you know, the really, really, really weak spear character that you get in Fire Emblem who just like has no stats whatsoever and just dies if you breathe on them. But if you train them up, has the highest like leveling curve of anybody. But I think that they just ran in first, so they may be the first to die here. Although they are hopefully going to stop bleeding and stop taking hits. They currently can't stand or grasp, and their third finger is broken. They took some pretty rough hits a little while ago. In fact, got stabbed in the right hand with a steel spear. But the defenses are coming in. Devil Dawn, thank you very much for that. 10 pack of gift subs. Big round of beers on behalf of that. Our enraged recruit here is currently bleeding heavily and appears to have just lost a limb, unless I misread that. Yep, her left hand is gone. Well, I can safely remove you from the military if you don't bleed to death. But, yeah, I think you're going to just bleed to death. The additional dwarves are here to help, but our friend here is unfortunately learning what it means to bleed profusely, as the primary dwarven defenses run through the rodents, slashing away and removing bits. Slashing at the rodent spearman in the upper body with an iron short sword, tearing the muscle and tearing apart the heart. Well done, serious salsa. Oh, so serious. B-Lug here has killed a named rodent man, actually, and stabs the rodent man's spearman with a steel spear. And severed part sails off in an arc. And they continue to wipe out the goblin invaders. Or not goblin, the rodent invaders. So, Bone Dolphin, specifically, you wanted either a goblin or a free one in the military. Let's go with the free one in the military. Who do you want sees? Probably not the... actually, she might live. Probably don't want that one, though, because she's missing a hand. We could do, like, an axe dwarf, a spear dwarf, another axe dwarf, Frost, although you're named, so maybe not Frost. We could do one of the recruits. We got several of those. We got wrestlers. If she lives her. She will be retired from the military, probably. But she's going to live, most likely. Bone Dolphin is very quick to anger. Is very quick to anger and often feels lustful and doesn't focus on material goods. Let me just double check something. I need to make sure the hotel, or not the hotel, the hospital is in the borough. Which it is. The hotel is in the borough. Look at me being all goofy. All right, let's get you here. The bed in there. She is very quick to anger and often feels lustful, doesn't focus on material goods, is off. Wait, actually, you may be in an ad. I will wait until the ads are probably done. I'm going to wait until the ads are done. Devil Dawn, thank you so much for the 10 pack of gift subs. I greatly appreciate you. Thank you for helping us hit the daily minimum and for helping keep this channel funded without the use of third-party corporate sponsors. Appreciate you greatly. Hey, folks, just a reminder. On Thursday this week at 10 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. Eastern, and 6 p.m. GMT, Tarn will be joining me on stream for a good chunk of time. And we'll be doing an interview. So if you'd like to ask him a question, there is a link to the Google form where you could submit a question on my YouTube channel in the community section. I'll be posting it on Discord tonight. So if you have a question that you would like to send in, you can do that. So excited for that. Hell yeah, dude. I'm looking forward to having him back. It has been a while. We'll make sure not to miss that. It's going to be a very short stream. I'm basically just going to stream the interview plus an intro, and then it's done. So, and then I'll be streaming Friday. The dwarves ran back upstairs. So let's see what's going on the newly appointed Bone Dolphin. She is very quick to anger and often feels lustful, doesn't focus on material goods, and is often cheerful. Can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings and is being rescued by a doctor. She could be considered rude, and she has an active. She could be considered rude, and she isn't given to flights of fancy. She occasionally overindulges and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She could be considered rude, and she is assertive. She can handle stress, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. And she likes work outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering crafting a masterwork someday, or mastering a skill someday, rather. And generally values family and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting. She likes sespertine and copper and pyrite and rope reed fabric in the color light blue, backpacks and figurines and donkeys for their stubbornness, clownfish for their coloration, and the words of the prim wisps. And when possible, she prefers to consume giant tapir and clownfish and turnip wine and anchovy. Wait, what? Where did I get anchovy? Absolutely hates spiders. That's where I got anchovy from. That's not true. She doesn't like anchovies. That's a lie. Meanwhile, there's a strand extractor fighting. Who's currently running away saying, I'm uneasy. Well, okay. I'm also going to go down here and unforbid all these. Because we got a bunch of open shields now. Look, see. Everybody gets new shields. Ain't that dope? Meanwhile, Dwarf here gets thrown on the floor and is pale. Looks like she's been washed. She has no evaluated wounds. She was just brought to rest. She's got lots of cuts. We do have plenty of silk, though. It seems as though somebody is coming to tend to the wounds. It seems like good old Squizzly here is doing some stitches. Or was going to. Maybe not. Diagnosis required. Who's diagnosing? We got 2 diagnoses coming in. There you go. Amethyst did her job. Oh, I see. We also have an injured surgeon. Oh, is there another rodent spearman fighting? Seems like there was, who just, like, cut himself open. Well, that's unfortunate. So this creature is still causing us some grief. But thankfully, it doesn't appear to be able to get through my walls, at least immediately. So, I don't know. Do I have any crossbows? Got 2 crossbows on the map. Bolts. Let's just go into here. And we're just going to do armor, headwear, legwear, handwear. Don't worry about footwear. Shields and bucklers. Let's do crossbows, and we'll just call this crossbow. Confirm and save uniform. Add crossbow. Don't really have any mark swords in the fort. Although, let's give this job to Irel, because Irel seems to have the best aim. And I'm just going to say, no orders, but do go equip your stuff. Wait, did I say, replace clothing? That's not the uniform I gave you. What? Worn over clothing, please. And I will just confirm that. And then just go into here and go, well, not here. When I always open this screen. Go here, you. Iron crossbow. And I need some leather. Clothing and leather. I'm gonna try and snipe this thing. Is what I'm gonna try and do. Let's just make 10 leather quivers. Obviously not a Ninja Turtle. Do Ninja Turtles canonically dislike anchovies? You're going to have to forgive me. I know very little about Ninja Turtles. I love how I'm literally just scrolling around looking for that critter. So I should be able to tell her to just stand here. And she should be able to just shoot it. What are the advantages of each different armor and what are the disadvantages? More armor, more cover. Heavy armor, less dodge. Thicker armor, harder to break armor and harder to cut through armor. If harder to break through armor and harder to cut armor, less likely dwarf die for no reason. It's pretty straightforward. Okay, so this one needs to increase in value now. Come on. Someone should be able to do that. Are we really this busy? Oh, do I have just like a trillion job cancels? Ah, that'd do it. Currently, I have no water source, so they can't clean the patient. So I need a water source. If I dig through this, we'll have a water source, but it'll also start overflowing. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull this lever. Because that'll give us a water source, like, immediately. So that's why no new jobs are going to get done right now. So we just need to wait for somebody to come pull this lever. Unsuspend you and unsuspend you. And then water source. There we go. Orange is coming to clean the patient. Patiences. How bad is the Tundra Titan? It has webs. Not that bad, but it does have webs. So bad enough. It could be a lot worse. But we're just going to hunker down for a little bit and then fire bolts at it. Webs, that's bad. Here, let's take a peek at it again. Dixel is a towering blob composed of coral. So it does have an enormous shell. So it's basically just like a walking coral turtle that shoots webs, which is kind of gross, but will do my best. What are we doing on bars? Ow! I literally have more steel than iron, so let's just go weapons, steel, crossbow. It's a coral slug. A shelled, well, maybe a snail, because it does have a shell. That doesn't generally ever work that way, Havoc. It's very rare that you'll have friends or family visit as visitors. But I got nothing against accepting visitors. I just don't generally have many visitors in my fort because of where I tend to settle. It's usually too dangerous for visitors, so I don't generally permit them. Wear that crossbow. There you go. Goddess Tot, thanks for the 26th month. Appreciate you. Means a lot, friend. You got a quiver. So now I need to make some steel bolts. It looks like our dwarf here is no longer injured. Bone dolphin. Although they are faint. Your hair is torn apart. So hopefully you don't die of a hair infection. You are currently training. I'm going to keep an eye on that dwarf, but I may remove them from combat. I thought I already made this, but I guess I didn't. Corpses and refuse. We'll split everything in there for right. Oh, except for these two. You're fine. So you want to stay in the military? Because I'll keep you in the military if you want. Okay, I need to increase the flow of this, which is understandable. Can they even get there? Yeah, they can. Absolutely stay. Okay. If that is what you wish, I shall grant it. Oh. Literally can't go further down. It'll break it. But we'll do that. This is going to be a well. Oh. Well. It will be a well once I deconstruct the thing above it. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, if you want to do a weird size or very large or very small adventure, that's the best way to get gear, is to just make a fort and make some gear for them. Spend like half a year making some steel armor for rhino men and then make an army of rhino men and go full rhino, you know what I'm saying? Okay. We need empty cages. Let's do wooden cages. Okay, so you've got your steel bolts. You got your yak quiver. Where's our adversary? He's right there. So the dwarves are still locked in the burrow. You're going to move up. That's a funny route to take. And for reference, burrow is enabled. I'm going to unlock this door. If a dwarf is silly enough to go outside, well, they can be bait. So there's Beast right there. Oh, she got it. Look at that. Also, we had a dwarf outside that whole time. The flying steel bolt strikes the Tundra Titan in the body, fracturing it. Good shot. I think you here have earned yourself a name. Sharp. Good shot. Has killed the Mahogany Larks. The Tundra Titan. Big round of beers for that, Chet. It's windy as crap. I mean, isn't there a game called like the land where there is no wind or something? Or the land of the wind? That is a video game, I swear. But, yeah. Good shooting there, dwarf. Good shooting. So now, I can turn off the burrow. And shoutouts to this dwarf and this dwarf who lived outside with that Tundra Titan for a chunk of time and didn't die. That in and of itself is kind of a miracle. It didn't run into any birds. Maybe because things run away from it when they see it, right? They see it and they go, ah! And then run away. Similar to SpongeBob. Demon Star, thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate you, man. Chat, can I get or mods, can I get a shout out for Demon Star, please? You heard your dwarf was in battle while you were in a meeting. You were in a battle, but it was fine. It was against some tiny little rodent men, and you're actually ecstatic. You very much are happy with your life. You didn't feel anything after seeing the rodent men die either. So you're quite a happy dwarf, I gotta say. I may have to, if you don't gain the ability to grasp with your hands again, I may have to boot you out of the military permanently, Bone Dolphin, because I don't want you reserving shields and stuff for yourself and then not being able to pick them up. So unless you're able to pick up your weapons, I will be removing you from the military soon. The Sect of Amethyst, right? That's what I was working on. Just currently at 8,000 value. Do I have any tables and chairs that have been improved in any way? It's like I've got some pretty fancy ones, but none that have been improved. Okay. It's always fun what they decide to improve with gems. You won your combats? Yes, you did. And you can now play the Mortal Kombat theme song, but replace some of the words with Dwarven. Dwarven combat! Okay, speaking of, what the hell am I up to? You are producing power. Yay! So what? 2, 4, 6, 8. This here needs to be filled in. And let's see what we've got. I'm out of iron. Yep. Enormous iron corkscrew. Enormous iron pipe section. Why are you promoting why you know? Why you know? Said me right now. What's the problem? Needs 1 iron bars. We're literally making too much of the other bars. So let's just go into here. Keep making coke. Quit making steel. Keep making iron. Quit making pig iron. Quit making steel. Quit making pig iron. Quit making steel. Keep making coal. You make your retired dwarves scholars? For me, it's either scholars or tavern keepers, usually. Why so much beer? Because this is a Dwarf Fortress stream. Or a very irresponsible keg stand stream, depending on who you ask. Oh, non-major nerd has finally been found dead dehydrated, which is a damn shame. But they did want shell for their artifact, so... Well, yes, it is in fact a damn shame. Unfortunately, the reality is they decided to try and use shells for their artifact. So, rest in peace, non-major nerd. It's unfortunate that you had to die this way, but you did. I would say it was their choice, but it really wasn't. What squad are you in? Oh, right, yeah, Toothpick's a monster hunter, aren't you? Yes, that makes sense. Yeah, because the dwarves have to be very well hydrated when the enemies arrive. Okay. Scrolling all the way done. So this right here is going to be my forge. And also probably a place to fill up other pumps in the future. But for right now, it's primarily going to be my forge. And then up here, the layer above, is going to be where we build the forge. I could actually just kind of make it super out of the way. Well, you know, probably pretty up this entryway right here, actually. And then also go directly in here with like some sort of bridge thing, maybe? Like I could go... Ooh. Could dig through here. And then build here and then up one. Could do that. I haven't gotten bored of it, Moonbright. Which means it's a good soundtrack. If I'd gotten bored of it, then it wouldn't be a good soundtrack. But I haven't gotten bored of it yet. If I'm still listening to it several years later, it's a good soundtrack. And I'm still listening to it several years later. That's generally my kind of category for a good soundtrack. If I'm still listening to it, must be good. So yeah, I like it. Why? How about you? How do you feel about it several years later? Yeah, also, I mean, it's gotten bigger in that time. I mean, as of the most recent, like, as of the adventure mode update stuff, like there's now more soundtracks, so if you already liked it, then that's just even more beneficial because there's just more of it now. And I very much did already like it, so. Let's just go here and build a well. No access to mechanisms. Mechanisms. Rock mechanisms. Let's use dolomite and do 20. What's up, Nihilist? You got a different party soundtrack the other day and it weirded you out over the usual one? Oh, it's probably Sisters... no, wait. Is it Sisters of War that they play as the other party soundtrack? Actually, can't remember now. Got a whole lot of digging to do. Why'd you get forbidden? I wonder. Also, I need to see if YouTube is frozen again. No, it is not. YouTube just quiet today, which is okay. Although the YouTube chat is almost at 100 likes. Which you'll love to see. Also, to anybody who's new today, if you do have questions about Dwarf Fortress, do give me a shout in the chat. Plan for today's stream is we'll be on the front page until, what? I think it's 8 p.m. Pacific time. And currently it is 2 something. Yeah, it's 2:40. It's probably for another couple hours here. We'll be playing Dwarfs. And then after that, we'll be playing some Goblin Camp, which is a very heavily Dwarf Fortress inspired little video game. Made by some crazy Finns. But yeah, no, the new tracks are pretty great, in my opinion. It's one of the best parts of it. And as a reminder to everybody, on Thursday this week, Tarn Adams will be joining me on stream. It's a nifty game. It really is, yeah. I kind of wish it launched to a bit more fanfare because it's one of those games that just seems like it could be a lot more than it currently is, if that makes any sense. Less dangerous? It's got nothing to do with the Steam version. W, I don't know how to say your name, so I'll just call you W. that's just Dwarf Fortress. So if you rewind maybe 15 years, version like it's like what 2.3 or whatever was like the 2003 ones when it was back 2D still. The game was really hard. In fact, inevitably you would lose, almost guaranteed. Then they moved into an era in about version 30-ish where the game became 3D, and the game got very, very hard for a little bit there, like incredibly hard. And then it got quite easy for a while because they changed how things worked. They changed how the world map worked. They changed how creatures entered and left the map and what kinds of creatures would enter and leave the map. And then the game got very easy for a little while. And then they added stress and the game got very hard again. And every single era of the game kind of works in that cycle where it'll be easy for a couple of years and then it'll be hard for a couple of years. They'll add some stuff that makes the game a lot easier and then they'll add some stuff that makes the game a lot harder. I would actually say the game is in a pretty hard spot right now, but it's not immediately obvious why. The cavern stuff makes the game a lot harder. The Untamed Wild stuff makes the game a lot harder, but you have to intentionally seek that stuff out. Version 47 in some ways is easier because the caverns aren't as aggressive generally, and the outside defenses, things that can attack you, it was easier to anticipate that to a degree, whereas now actually goblin sieges are harder than they were in version 47. However, managing stress has been made a lot easier since version 44. So in version 44, managing stress was way harder. It was way harder to keep dwarves from panicking to death. And reasons for this is stuff like reoccurring negative thoughts have been nerfed quite considerably. The ability for dwarves to go out and make friends has been buffed considerably. They group up and talk more, which is what causes them to make friends and get married and have families and all that, which helps nullify the negative stress effects. Dwarf Fortress is a constant tug of war, and various eras of the game have been easier and harder. Are we in an easier era? Currently, certainly for stress, but things like the, as I said, Untamed Wilds, animals attacking, and the cavern creatures attacking you, as well as just the methods of digging too deeply and greedily, combine that with Goblin Sieges becoming a bigger threat, and the upcoming Siege update, I have a feeling we're going to enter into an era where Dwarf Fortress gets harder again. So is it easier? Sure, certainly. Managing stress is easier than it's ever been since it's been added. But at the same time, there's other things in the game now that make the game harder. So, but no, I disagree that the surface mobs are harder. Or rather, the surface mobs are easier. No, that is not true. Because in Untamed Wilds biomes, in version 47.05, you could chop down every single tree and nothing would threaten you, right? Now if you start attacking trees, birds fucking attack you. So no, surface mobs are not easier. They're harder. I was playing version 47 last week in the evening because I've been recording footage for a no-clip documentary. And trust me, version 47, surface mobs don't even exist. So let me tell you this. Dwarf Fortress has eras where it's easier, and Dwarf Fortress has eras where it's harder, and it has eras where certain mechanics become easier and then get harder. Right now, stress is easy, but things outside of stress are getting harder. So what do I think? I've answered your question. If you don't believe I've answered your question, then go play version 44 for 20 hours. Go play version 34. Go play version 47.05, and then play version 50 and submit your report documents. I expect a write-up by Monday. Or choose to believe me, it's up to you. This is why I'm not an elementary school teacher. Still don't start a fortress in Untamed Wilds. Yeah. Yeah, no, savage biomes are significantly harder. I mean, like, the only biomes that used to be hard, I guess, in a kind of a default sense in version 47 was haunted biomes. And that's not because of any agitation. There wasn't any agitation. Zombies would just wander on the map and they were aggro by default. So, like, okay, well, if you've played those older eras of the game, you might also remember or have met people who maybe played version 34 and liked how stress worked, but didn't like how they changed it. And I know some people who, to this day, more or less, disable stress in DFHack because they liked the memory system of the older versions, but didn't like the addition of the reoccurring stress and like PTSD of the later versions. The world's your oyster. Like, if you want more threatening enemies, mod the game and buff the enemies. Like, it's kind of beautiful the way you can do that. At least in my opinion. By giant agitated birds, it's annoying. That's because you played in an Untamed Wilds biome. Untamed Wilds biomes are often plagued by giant birds. Oh, I caught a elk bird. Naked Moldog and an elk bird. And let's also go here and grab a well. Never mind, still waiting on mechanisms. Yeah, I mean, the difficulty was always changeable in the game's options. The difference is the options are all in-game now, too. So if you want to, like, manipulate how threatening certain threats are in real time, it's much easier to do that. Plenty of easy meat? If you're prepared for it. Otherwise, they're just annoying. I actually, honestly, most of the time find giant birds to be more annoying than beneficial, but... Let's just go down here real quick. And you are going to get thingy dug right there, and then down to here. You just need bigger, like, stockpiles then. If meat equals miasma, you need bigger stockpiles. Seems like a pretty clear-cut problem to me. They'll clear through this pretty quick. They're almost done. Pretty quick. When stress was first changed, you mean when stress was first added in, Vexing Raven? I mean, stress has been changing progressively since version 47. Version 47 changed stress pretty... So the difference between version 44 and version 47. Version 47 added guild halls and... changed how temples worked, as well as added the additions to, like the additional, what's it called? Extra nobles that don't have demands. So your religious nobles, your, what is it called? Your religious appointees and a couple of extra jobs, and also added the ability for mayors and other religious nobles, if this wasn't in before, it certainly buffed it, where they could go and yell at somebody in charge, which would help fix negative moods. So that change coming in was pretty dramatic. And then after that change came in, was when you started to see the kind of lessening of stress. However, there was still problems with got rained on, and that upsets me. And there was still problems with what's the word I'm looking for here? Hasn't been around friends or family, or would like to make a friend or family. And then when that change happened, they modified it again so that you actually see this happening in taverns all the time. You may not have noticed, but if I go to my tavern, which is over here, what they used to do is they would all go to random corners of the tavern. And if you made a big zone, right? what that change did is it made it so that they clump up, they group up in little, like, collections of dwarves instead of spreading out in the tavern, because they only get to know other dwarves that are 1 or 2 tiles away. So they're kind of standing in pairs and threes, except for this one who's kind of out on their own. But essentially, they made it so that when they're in the tavern, they group up so they can make friends. Because previously, the only way to make dwarves make friends is make your tavern like this big, or even worse, like that big. And then they'd all make friends. So that change, them grouping up in taverns, was pretty dramatic. And version 47.05 also made it so that rain is less likely to cause them to get post-traumatic stress and pop up in their memories tab. Hunavira, thank you very much for the 17th month. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Appreciate you for that ongoing support. Really does mean a lot. And I need to go here. Just the donkey, not the dog. And then cage. I'm going to slaughter those. While I continue to jump around way too much. And to build this. Basically, like, we've been in an era where Dwarf Fortress isn't hard currently, and it hasn't been hard for a while. And by hard, I mean, it's been a while since you would settle in a fort and then just immediately get murked by, you know, imps or something. Like, that era, which lasted for quite some time, is significantly less prolific than it was in the past, which I honestly think is a good thing. It's better for the general gameplay of Dwarf Fortress. However, we are probably entering into an era where that stuff is going to be more threatening again, because of the upcoming changes to sieges. I have a feeling that that's going to make the game harder again. Oh, another thing that made the game harder in the 47.05 era was necromancer experiments coming in. So, like, yeah, the game got a little easier because stress was easier to manage, but the potential threats got bigger. Adventure mode hasn't been brutal since they changed how... what's it called? Well, I mean, okay. If you start a brand new adventurer with very few skills and try and fight a dragon, yeah, you're just going to die 100% of the time. So you still need to train. But if you are smart a little bit and know when to run away, adventure mode isn't that brutal. And that's because of how the changes that they made to boogeymen. Boogeymen don't just, like, appear out of fuck nowhere and murder you anymore. Now they only appear in certain haunted biomes. I'm kind of sad that there's no gem-encrusted tables. I got one throne. Okay, well, I'll give you a throne and a table. Ironically, that one throne might be enough. Have any instruments? No. Don't have any more of these. Don't have any of those. Don't have any statues. Do have a Dolomite statue. I'll check in. Yeah, but, like, getting through the, like, intro areas can be pretty brutal if you have no skills. Basically, like, if you're not smart enough to go train up until you're at the very least, like, competent in most skills, yeah, it's still pretty brutal. But I would say that's more of a player skill issue. Yeah, I mean, people just don't try, is the problem with Dwarf Fort. Did anyone like the old boogeyman mechanics? You can mod them back in if you want. If you just want to get attacked by boogeymen at random. Although I will say that, like, the changes to Untamed Wilds biomes and stuff have kind of brought back the old boogeyman mechanics, except instead of just getting murked by a boogeyman, you're getting murked by giant, you know, animals, generally. have any large gems? No, I don't. Let's bring some quartzites up here. Because this is the god of gems. How many chests? Nope, nothing engraved. How about cabinets? Nope, nothing encrusted. What are you friggin' encrusting over here? Okay, well, there's, why don't I do this? Let's throw in one of these. Sergeant Donut wants me to save. Okay. Are we able to marry in adventure mode? We've never been able to marry in adventure mode, and we have not been able to marry in adventure mode. No new features have really been added to adventure mode outside of a handful of new dungeon types and a collection of item types that can have powers attached to them. But no major changes have been made to adventure mode. Still so angry about how dwarves requiring varying quality to have happy thoughts? Varying quality. What do you mean by varying quality? By a dozen cod? Why are you in their, like, river then? Caravan from the humans has arrived. Well, that's fun. All I know is y'all get mad too easily. Sell them all the toys. I've got so many goddamn doors, man. So many doors. I don't know. I'll say that if something is making you genuinely angry at a video game like Dwarf Fortress, maybe you should take a break. I don't know if that's a, you know, improper thing to say here, but portions of version 44 were underdeveloped, which made them difficult. Brian Burton, I don't think that it necessarily made them better. Forgotten beast named Amser Julius Bengwaki Abe Couleur has come. A giant hairy crab. It has a short trunk and it is ravening. Its heliotrope hair is very curly. Beware its deadly blood. Oh, it can attack us. The Paddle of Knights. It's got 10 unknown kills and 6 notable kills. It's killed dwarves, humans, and goblins. It doesn't discriminate. Speaking of not discriminating, I'm going to discriminate against this dwarf that can't use their hands. Unless they can actually use their hands. Because you need to go equip new items, you doof. Wait, what? Why are you equipping a crossbow? But down here, where'd it go? Shit. There you are. But it seems like our injured friend. Oh no. Did you? Are you able to equip weapon yet? No, you are not. All right, you're getting booted out of the military. I don't want you hoarding weapons to yourself. Winter Z, what kind of dwarf would you like for thee? Tribute to the blood god? Or some other kind of tribute? Here comes the Sirius of Celsa and a Shorest. Immediately fighting with the creature. Shortast hacks the Forgotten Beast in the fourth leg with his iron battle axe. That's the word I was looking for. His ironest battle axe. Says, in the midst of conflict, I must press on. And he hacks the Forgotten Beast in the third leg with his axe. Hacks it again in the right pincher after dodging at many strikes. Hacks the Forgotten Beast in the mouth with his battle axe. And the injured part is cloven asunder. Bite this, he says. Asmer crab gills the paddle of knights. May have met its match. And we'll be eating crab legs tonight. Forgotten Beast charges at the Axe Dwarf, but the dwarf jumps away. Forgotten Beast misses with its unsuccessful charge. The Axe Dwarf punches the beast. Watching the Axe Dwarf dodge around, the creature is beginning to bleed profusely. And Sirius Celsus has properly joined in the fight, slashing at the Forgotten Beast in the neck with a short sword, fracturing the chitin. Spear Dwarves are arriving. Pieces of the beast fly. The miasma begins to build up in the tunnels. And the creature is dead. Well done, dwarves. Well done. Just gonna throw a butcher shop right here. See if we can't make some use of this. So, Wintersy, dwarf for thee. Any crafty ones? I got plenty of crafty ones. Would you like a beardy or a non-beardy? Got many weaponsmiths, too. But these are the crafters. Now we see what that blood does. It's presuming they got covered in it. I didn't see anybody lie down in it. But we'll see. We will indeed see. I mean, I'm probably jinxing myself here and causing myself to inevitably die horribly, but I generally don't have issues with deadly blood. If I just type in craft. Got a stone crafter and a metal crafter. You want the metal crafter? Urvat it be. Wintersy, dreams of martial training, is bored by reality and would much rather disappear utterly and forever into a world of made-up fantasy. Often is inflamed by hatred and develops negative feelings towards things, after seeing a troglodyte die, and generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions, likes a little excitement now and then. Conflicted by this because she considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. She is slow to anger and she doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she is often cheerful. She is quite polite and is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she is slow to trust others. She snaps her fingers when she's bored, and she, gnaws her lips when she's annoyed. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally believes that peace is preferable to war. Values eloquence and tranquility and a peaceful day. Likes copper, rose gold, and Carillion and hippo leather. Gems and battle axes and weapon racks and large gems. Gems, battle axes and weapon racks, and large gems. Likes gems times 2. And when possible, prefers consume swamp whiskey, elephant head, amaranth. That's one thing. And leaves. Elephant head, amaranth, leaves. And hates snails. She's married to Sirius Celsus And her only son, Moses, is dead. Which is odd how happy she is, because she had to bury her own child. Like, she's ecstatic. Maybe she didn't like the kid. That's grim. She's upset that I forgot to make a Craftsdwarf's Guild. I mean, I didn't forget, I just didn't. There is that. Kind of laughing that she likes gems. I mean, I don't really have much of a gem crafting industry currently, but it's always a possibility. We do have a weaponsmith who's one with the Fae, which could be exciting. Or maybe she's just pretending her son is still alive. There's no way for this to not just be, like, ridiculously grim. Grabbed iron. That means they'll just like being in libraries in general, yeah. Although I'm not sure if that specifically means they'll like being a scholar, because isn't that knowledge related? I don't actually know what likes disappearing into a made-up world of fantasy means. Means they like video games? True, they like this game called Dwarf. Or maybe Kobold Camp? So it's going to be a weapon strange mood. So far they've grabbed iron, granite, rough rose quartzes, cassiterite, gizzard stones, and moldog bone. She's currently carrying rough rose quartzes. The thoughts and personality system is? I mean, it mostly determines on how they interact with other dwarves and what jobs they choose, but yeah, it is wildly varied. Okay, we are in an ad break, so I'm just gonna do some of this. Someone gets a crappy small bedroom. I think this will look pretty cool. Although actually I'm kind of conflicted on it. Now that I look at it. Yeah, I'm not actually a fan. Do need to figure out a way to get more bedrooms into these, though. Need to queue these up more permanently. Some dwarves will drop max unhappy when they kill someone in the military, and some will feel nothing, and others will go max happiness if they stay there as long. Yeah, and then some will, like, go from maximum happiness to minimum happiness upon, like, a family member dying, and some just won't care. Like, it is wild, yeah. So one of the things that makes this game so friggin' cool, man. Okay, so this is 8 hundo powo. Since I'm in an ad break, I will do this. So we're basically just waiting on iron pipe sections. Oopsies. Just trying to get these color coordinated. The faster way to do this would be to forbid all the materials I don't want to use, but that would just screw up other constructions, so I don't really want to do that. It's only 4 more to do anyway. I mean, how much power are we up to already? 200? And we might make it. Probably will make it. Hopefully we'll make it. You really dig the trapdoor bedrooms? Yeah, me too. Me too. Big fan of how those look. Thanks for the $1, Wintersy. Helping keep the channel funded. I mean, ad revenues can be drastically increased over usual today because we're on front page, but I still appreciate you helping me hit them daily minimums. It is very much appreciated. You know, actually, why don't I just smooth all of these floors? So that I can just dig out one wall all the way around and then just fill it up with... Then just fill it up with granite. How did I end up on front page? So Twitch has this system where if you're a Twitch partner, you just ask. Which is kind of new. It used to be you'd have to send somebody a mysterious email and maybe you'd hear back, probably you wouldn't. And I have now been on front page twice this way by just simply asking. You know, I have a new Holy Gorge because my militia decided it's ready. Packsmack is now the Holy Gorge, and Barksdale is now the first Emerald. So what else do we need? I need a Craftsdwarf's Guild, and I need a Weaponsmith's Guild. So the Weaponsmith's Guild I will accept because I already have that constructed. And the Craftsdwarf's Guild, this is the Weaponsmith's Guild right here, the Great Anvil. The Craftsdwarf's Guild can go right here. Let's deconstruct this. Let's go one layer below. Well, let's just go right here, actually. Let's go wall pieces there. That's not the material I wanted. This is the material I wanted. And then this right here can just be made into a Craftsdwarf's Guild. Because accepting it gives you a bit more time. This can get deconstructed. And I can probably trade. Yes, I can. $950 worth of trade value, so like nothing. I'll take some cheese, thanks. Maybe, can I trade for all of your veggies? No, I can't. Okay, no cheese then. Still can't trade for all of it. There we go. And you're no longer requested. And Craftsdwarf's Guild has been requested. And this right here needs a beautification spat, so let's see what we can do. Kind of tempted to do some iron floors. Wait, that's an artifact. What's the value of this? 7,000? Oh, it needs a grand guild hall. Well, that won't be too hard. Let's just floor it up. Doesn't matter what material type I use for this because it just uses whatever the floor was going to be. And then that ramp. If I deconstruct this, I can make it into stairs. What do you think you have the right to tell me what you want your dwarf to do? Meanwhile, you have to do something useful to earn a new job. If I notice you hanging out in the tavern and enjoying performing, maybe I'll consider making you into a performer. But you don't have any skills in that regard. I wouldn't want dwarves being embarrassed seeing your awful performances. The weaponsmith has created Alzon Burush, a iron crossbow, and offers it to the dead pillars. That's pretty dope, actually. I kind of want to actually just put it into here. Put it behind a display. I think we'll do that. I mean, it's unfortunate that you've lost all control of your limbs, but that's not my fault. That's your fault. Well, for melee damage, it does. For ranged damage, it's just how heavy it is. Basically, they become hammers when they're in close range. So because they become hammers, like a silver crossbow is going to be more effective in melee range than, you know, a steel one, as an example. Guild of Canyons. I can't actually remember which one is the Guild of Canyons. Shows how good of a fortress overseer I can be. Do I really not have 3 gems? I guess we used them all. Well, in that case, vertical bars at B. No access to bars. Why is that? Oh, because everybody up here is stuck. Oh, well, that's kind of awkward. So how the hell are you getting up here then? That's kind of funny. Welp. But we'll see. If something strikes my fancy in the future, Bone Dolphin, I'll permit your dwarf to have a future career. Otherwise, it's up to you to figure out what your next steps in life are. And that's currently what we're going to let you do, is figure out what your next steps in life are. While you become a legendary crutch walker. Because remember, your ability to grasp is only somewhat impaired, not entirely impaired, but enough that you can't equip new weapons. And you're also not the main character of the fortress. There are many main characters of the fortress. Currently, you're off telling a story. So perhaps we'll let you do that for a living in the future. For now, you're going to be a weird naked dwarf. Or you're going to die of infections. Either of those things are possible. Oh, it's because I got shit tons of uncut gems. I just don't have any cut gems. I'll start cutting gems. I think we might be past peak times of day for front page. That or somebody more important got on and booted me off of the main portion of the carousel. But it is what it is. You're okay. I mean, it's like you have two kind of major options. It's like you can end up in some like useful role, or you can just be the local hobo. It's like it's your decision here. Get out of the construction zone here, dwarfs. Please. And some more migrants have arrived. Well, it looks like they brought another puppy. Somebody's puking. Wonder why. Well, the population continues to climb. The bedrooms to go around continue to drop. Why don't I just put some steel bolts on that? I'm really curious about what that artifact gets made into because it's taking a while. Man, I hate it when they do that. Let's quit using gizzard stones. They just look so ugly. Let's do sterling silver and bronze because I'm not going to use those anytime soon for anything else. Was that goblin taking and dropping something? I have no idea because I didn't see what you were talking about. You're going to have to tell me what goblin you're talking about and where they were because I did not see it. Isn't cheese that's made with maggots like not legal in most places though, due to food safety issues? So I seem to recall like falling down a weird rabbit hole about like illegal cheese trade. Was the tavern? I don't even see a goblin in the tavern. So I have no idea. This can just be thrown. And then a door can go right here, of which I've got some very nicely adorned ones. And let's add this center area here. That got suspended for some reason. You know what pasteurized means, right? It means that you boiled it to remove all of the viruses and things that could kill you in it. Just like, you know, water. Like, you boil water so you don't die from salmonella or something else unpleasant. So you think that pasteurizing milk makes fake cheese? All right. Seems like you're just making statements. There's plenty of blue cheese in the US. I don't even live in the US, and I know this. Because I've been to the US and had blue cheese in the US. I had a blue cheese burger last time I was down there. It was delicious. You like making statements. Europe has houses. Uh-huh. I had no idea. I am shocked. Color me surprised, Pikachu. Also, that's a high enough value now. Sweet. How about you? You're high enough value? Okay, so we should be mostly caught up, except I need to do this one area now. Oh, sure. I mean, there's certain fancy types of cheese that require unpasteurized milk. But this is more just a... This is one of those discussions where I can tell that someone is either A, exceptionally fucking uneducated, or B, trying to just start arguments. So I usually just kind of go with the first one and then try and move on quickly. That's all. Mm-hmm. And I have a ban button. It's very big and easy to click. Cat big. You know, it's funny. I'm Canadian, right? Why do I feel the need to defend my neighbors on this one? Because you know that every country around the world that makes cheese of varying quality. Right? It's got nothing to do with the current world. So if you guys want to continue this conversation on this exact line of speaking, we have two options. We can change the subject, or I can time out the people who started it. Because I don't find this to be a pleasant discussion. Nothing about this is pleasant. And unfortunate to you guys in chat, my personal happiness is paramount to your nonsensical discussions. Right? Pretty simple. Damn fucking right, Tyranny. Exactly. You bloody well bet, man. I am the God King of this chat. Bow to me. Now empty your Twitch subs into my chat. Please and thank you. I sound very unfriendly. Do you not understand what humor is, man? You're adorable. You gave me my Bezos bucks. Exactly. Now mark it in your calendar for next. It's really something that's funny to me, genuinely, is how many people are like completely unaware of like the concept of dry humor and or sarcasm. It's like, you seem mean. It's like, dude, have you never heard somebody be sarcastic? I'm being strong but firm. I don't even want to say that out loud, Shinobi. What headphones are these? These are Sennheiser's HD 650s. I think they still make them. They're very old models, these ones. I got these in 2011. But they still work flawlessly, so very, 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 very happy with them. They've made me a lifelong customer. I I mean, the cheese discussion is fine. It's just the US likes pasteurized milk discussion that needs to go away. That's all. And also, the funny thing about people telling me to have a nice life now is like, well, I know for a fact my life is probably significantly nicer than yours, so...
for everyone!
I will. Thank you. Sarcasm on the internet? Surprise, Pikachu. Alright, let's get this a little bit more set up here. It's almost high enough value. Basically, we just need that door done. Do not beware blind. Wait, what? Beware of what? Beware of me? You know, sometimes I feel like my, absurdistly dry sense of humor is, a negative for being a person on the internet, but I don't know. I mean, that was just me being pedantic, man-eating tapir. To me, I think my sense of humor is a very effective filter. It's like, if you understand my sense of humor, then you will think I'm hysterical and will enjoy being around me. If you don't get my sense of humor, you will think I'm a jerk. But, if we can find a happy middle ground, everybody wins, which is usually what I aim for and try my best to achieve. And most of the time I pull it off, I think. Yeah, I don't want this to replace clothing. I need to edit this crossbow clothes. Oh, did I not save it? Oh, okay. Well, that's unfortunate. I'll just edit a new one later. I mean, there's definitely been times as well where, I'll say something intended in humor, and the person takes it in the opposite of humor. They get really, really, really upset with me. And then I just double down because I think it's funny. Which is it is what it is. Not here to please everybody. Do dwarves have a favorite food? Every dwarf has a different favorite food. This dwarf, as an example, which is just somebody I randomly clicked on, prefers to consume swordfish and durian wine, but can't stand blood gnats. This dwarf here, I keep clicking health for some reason, prefers to consume iguana, herring, and cassava beer. This dwarf here prefers to consume passion fruit wine and doesn't really have a preference to food. And this dwarf here prefers to consume cavefish, deaf beer, and can't stand worms. Lightning Roger, thanks for the 26th month. Chat, can I get a round of beer? For Lightning Roger, keeping that sub alive. And if you don't drink, of course, just pretend your beer is apple juice. It's fine. Just very, very foamy apple juice. Why are you naked? God damn it, dwarves. Go get clothing. Okay, I just need to remake this uniform. That's the reality of it. Get rid of the crossbow uniform. Currently just assign no uniform. Please go put your clothes back on. Add uniform. Armor. Headwear. Oh, that's interesting. Did they set... I think they set replaces clothing as the default. Unless that's like a DF hack edit or something. I wonder why. Because that's the second uniform I've had that happen with. Or if it just remembers the last one you selected now. I don't know. When was the last redeem for a dwarf? It won't let you push the button? Yeah, because it's not up. If I tell you, then it'll give everybody else an advantage. So if you want me to do that, I can do that. This is more what we call guidelines rather than rules. Well, it depends on if you say exact matches only or not. If you say exact matches only, then it absolutely is. Okay, so now they should take crossbows. I mean, it's on cooldown, so how could you call dibs on something that hasn't been redeemed yet? I've never met Dibs in my life, personally, so I can't say if Dibs is a jerk or not. Is Dibs related to Jinx? Because they still owe me a soda, apparently. He's related to Ted. Oh. I've never met a Ted. Dear Dwarf, why must you be standing in the least opportune place right now? There we go. Okay, so this is now a grand guild hall. The Stormy Guild, my weaponsmith's guild. Chat's being reminded to pet moss. Don't forget to pet your moss, chat, especially if you have pet moss. Okay, well, down here is going all right-ish. So let's fly down and check in on my pumps. I liken that to cave moss, most definitely. What am I building? I'm making a pump stack so that we can get a porcelain industry up and running. And also, just to please the Zoomers, a glazing industry. Where'd my dolomite go? There it is. Oops. But we're almost done with the pumps. I just need to finish clicking the last of these. Never seen porcelain? I very rarely find the stuff to make it, so I almost never do it. And then usually when I find it, I usually just kind of forget that I can make it with it. Because you don't see Killinite super often. This map happens to have Killinite and Kesserite, which means not only is there porcelain, but I can also make, like, proper porcelain. So we can make porcelain thrones and then try and get a king. I should just, like, only make porcelain thrones and then just not say anything. It's like a maturity test, which I just failed because I giggled. Are instruments porcelain? Certain instruments have pieces made of porcelain. I haven't actually looked at what instruments are available to be made in this world, but some of them require porcelain, which is probably something we'll see as soon as I'm done with this. And then this is the last one. The last piece. We're in an ad break, so I will pause. Is porcelain a word in the Dwarven language? I don't actually know. What are the pumps made of? They're made out of dolomite, which is lava safe, and then iron. We gave the mayor a porcelain throne. Damn right. And a porcelain throne in his bedroom. Although, unironically, like, jokes aside about a porcelain throne being a toilet, like a giant armchair made of pure porcelain would be pretty awesome looking. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that would be pretty freaking cool. I should just like replace all of the chairs and tables with porcelain stuff. And we'll have that running pretty soon here. I mean, all I really need to do is get these done, get the edges of this chiseled out, and then build some lava kilns on this. That's basically all we have left. This is powered nicely, which means actually I can make a well right here. Oopsies, why did I right click? I just, bad habit. Then you right here, horizontal. Let's run that through here. And then a lever right there, which will be connected to that. And then I just have to run this into this, and then we got lava. Don't mind the elk bird, he lives here. The Vankel, what's up? Dwarves are done. It's okay, the children have cleaning assigned, so I'm sure that won't be an issue. It's like working at McDonald's, but Dwarven edition. Click on them. Unless you mean like actual like visually changing. They kind of get like a little dotted line along the top, but if you click on the engraved wall, like this is a detailed wall, click it, that'll show you the engraving, or click on the floor. But if you scroll in, there is a very slight dotted line in front of them, which is almost impossible to see. They're much easier to spot in ASCII, but for most people, that's not quite enough, unfortunately. Although, ironically, I would say they're too easy to see in ASCII. Let's also link you up to that. And give you a good pull. Currently, this needs 290 power, so currently we got plenty. Oh, the water here is still draining because I guess that ball of fire is still in that area. There's a Forgotten Beast that's just like a blob of fire. Significantly less cool sounding than a ball of fire. Already happened? You're just sick of sending militaries to patrol? What are you up to? I heard. Scrolling up here. Not sure what the question was. You have a fighting problem in your fort. Who's fighting? Constant tavern brawling. If you have any tavern keepers, unassign them. If you have any, what's it called? Bards that you've manually assigned, unassign them as well. That'll stop it. What causes cavern brawls is dwarves drinking too much, because normally dwarves won't drink too much of their own accord, ever. Or it's extremely rare. However, all dwarves will drink too much if there is a tavern keeper, because they'll just be standing around hanging out, and while they're standing around hanging out, they're just getting, like, alcohol literally poured down their throat. They're just constantly doing keg stands. So that's what causes that. Yes, your dwarves are getting served too much. Basically what's happening is you have dwarves that don't have enough outside of tavern tasks. So they're just hanging out in the tavern all the time, and then getting super drunk and brawling under the influence. Dwarves will sometimes do that if they have the tag of occasionally overindulges, but it's pretty rare. However, all dwarves will do that, basically, if they hang around in the tavern too much and you have a tavern keeper. It is an intended mechanic, but that is the cause of it. Otherwise, it's just tantrums that are causing it. Because tantrums can also cause it, but happy to help. What, tavern brawls due to drinking too much? I wouldn't quite say that's what drinking industry is. I mean, maybe in your interpretation. I don't know if that's necessarily what you want to have happening all the time, though. Actually, why don't I do it this way? Let's just do ramps. Out of these, except I'm going to get rid of this. And then replace all of this with floors. And then replace this with walls. No, I'd have to replace that one with walls. Well, we'll do that last then. Orc with bow. Can you get a Karl Marx dwarf? Are you asking for a Marx dwarf? Would you like this dwarf? Does this dwarf suit you? Orc with bow? And is a crossbow plenty? Unrelated, why are you naked, dwarf? I guess I need to just make more clothing is actually the answer. All right, how are we doing on cloth? 75. We're very much lacking in cloth. I'm also just going to take this squad. Remove training. Set them to off duty. But you're going to have to elaborate on what that means. So you specifically would like a Marx dwarf. Okay. What's a tavern without some brawls? A fortress with a lot more alive dwarves. He presupposes success in any venture requiring his skills. Actually, hold on. Something I'm going to do right now before I forget. Plant. Process plants. You presupposes success in any venture requiring his skills, and with what could be considered blind overconfidence. He sometimes is cruel and is disturbed by this, as he sees by this as someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. He forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, and he is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight, and though he dislikes this sort of adoration of fighting as an art to be refined. He's brave in the face of imminent danger, is slow to trust others, enjoys the company of others, and is stubborn. And I lost my spot somehow. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He's slow to anger. He's grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors. He tries to do things correctly each time. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And you've got the zoomies. He personally thinks that introspection is valueless. And those that waste time in self-examination are deluded fools. I hate you. And is offended by leisure time and leisurely living, has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful, and likes pitchblende and lead and green tourmaline, and is currently making new pants for himself. He likes deer antler and leather armor and ducks for their quacks, and when possible prefers to consume blackberry wine and can't stand prairie maggots. Wow. Well, welcome to the fort, I guess. You worship the god of death, and you're a member of you're a militia dwarf of the Dead Pillars. You have some friends, but no family. Also, thief. Protect the horde from skulking filth. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure we got this. You need 430 power. Oh, that's tons. Tons! I really shouldn't just be using whatever's closest. Why don't I just do this all at once? Let's see, is this done all the way up? Okay, well, there's one missing. Which, that'll be easy enough to complete. For your rulers to have a bit of inspiration. It's funny that you said Karl Marx dwarf is kind of a joke, but like, kind of ended up with a oddly fitting description. I presume you said that as a joke, referencing a Marx dwarf. Otherwise, I would have tried to give you some sort of leader, but I just find that amusing. Speaking of picking up and dropping something. Not sure where he's trying to put it, but I guess Darius might be correct about that goblin picking up and dropping things repeatedly. Uh-oh! An ambush! Curse all friends of nature! We are being assaulted by them elves, my friends. It's time to test out my dwarves' mettle. Round of beers, chat. We're gonna need them. It's time to wish us some luck of the good variety. Lining up the soldiers down below. It's time to send them out. I didn't start this war, by the way, if anybody's wondering. We are also sending the Mark Swerves up to the roof to begin fighting. What are they? You're a monk? And you're a bard. Okay, so they don't exactly have... They're not exactly sending the best of the best right now. I mean, this one's overcome with terror, currently. Has massive, 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 massive family. I mean, humongous family. Although, they seem to be fighting with elves, too. I mean, this one has killed 5 experiments and spread knighted in Tick Shadows, the Knights of Vulgarity. How about you? You're a legendary what? A legendary appraiser. Now, you don't have any kills. How about you? Maybe they are sending the best. Maybe they are sending the best of the best, because that... It's killed 5 elves and 5 goblins. Citizen of the Young Buck, okay. Former member of a bunch of different groups. Wow, they do a lot of moving around. What about you? You're also a monk? You've got no kills, however. Very sus vampire elf? I think previously a goblin aligned elf, actually. Let's see what they're actually attacking me with. I don't see any mounts, so that's a good sign for us. Although they do have a recruit at the back here. Who's, like, completely unarmed. This one's a monster slayer. Yeah, this seems to be pretty consistent. I mean, they've been at war with another dwarven faction for a long time. This one's also got kills on elves. They've also got, they've been at war with necromancers as well, so. All right, well, if the first fighting breaks out. The axe dwarf hacks the elf monk in the left foot with her iron battle axe, and the injured part is cloven asunder. The axe dwarf hacks the monk elf in the lower leg with her iron battle axe, and the injured part is also cloven asunder. Well, you didn't need those legs anyway, did you? Did you? Did you? Meanwhile, our dwarf here, who's wearing some pretty damaged clothing, is fighting with these elves, watching arrows fly past them as the remainders of my dwarves come running out. Rin of the Stars here, doing quite a bit of damage so far with her entire set of steel gear. Over here, we've got a dwarf who's missing a shield, but, you know, decently skilled up, so in an all right sense of space. Same with my other dwarves here. And Edom here also is doing quite a bit of damage, although doesn't have any armor on. She just has a shield and some pants, which, you know, better than nothing, but still not great. Shorast here also seems to be doing quite a bit of work and is fighting back that goblin, or not goblin, that elven ambush. Although that may not be, there may be more of them. And also they appear to be attacking us with goblins as well. I mean, this right here is 9! This is probably screaming his name right now if he's German. But he is truly horrified and says, "Begone fear." What about you? Overcome by horror? Yep. Mm-hmm. I would be too. The dwarves fight back that initial wall. This one's got 2 lovers and several children. Man, we're ripping apart a family here. This monster slayer. Well, they move forward. And the dwarves collide with them, executing them rather quickly. The spears are very effective. This is the dwarves' way of saying, bring a bigger army next time. Because the last of them go down. Rest in peace, sweet elves. Tree Team 6 is definitely getting stabbed, yes. At least it's Tree Team 6 and not Twig Team Twigs. Sticks. Twig Team Sticks, yeah, there we go. And it appears that Udib over here is taking a nap. I think he earned it, frankly. Sleepy times. Fighting is exhausting, you know? Truly exhausting. Speaking of exhausting, let me just jump down to the caverns right quick, because I need to go find something, which is right here. All this stuff needs to get thrown out. And then I need to go down to here, and we need to get some lava up and running. Actually, something I'm going to do just for my own sake, because this will make my life a lot easier right now. I'm going to go right here and right here and make a corpse stockpile. I realize I could make it a little bigger, but it's fine as it is. Okay, so you're waiting for some more logs. You're under construction, will be done soon. You right here can go all the way down. Got exactly 18 nice blocks left. On the bot. He's just really tired, okay? He's got narcolepsy. Makes life exhausting. One nice thing about this fortress is I really do not, under almost any circumstances here, need to worry about my dwarves standing in the sun and vomiting, because like they spend so much time above ground. Like it's basically a non-concern, which is actually kind of lovely. Got 3 elk birds in cages. I'm going to make a proper entry and exit into this fortress, though. But that was our first time getting attacked, which is, you know, a sign of things to come. The dwarves are here to trade. Let's just stick in weapons for a second here. Sell off the things I don't need. So I don't really want to see my dwarves running around with such inadequate weapons. Like that oaken, although I will say the color of the oaken breastplate, pretty cool. I actually really like the colors of a lot of the wooden armor. Like it looks really nice, but like, it's just not very good. Those are steel, we should keep those. Get rid of those, get rid of those. Get rid of those, get rid of those. Get rid of those. Get rid of that, that, and that. Should be plenty. Just in the nick of time to buy some grown armor and weapons. Oh yeah, no, I'm super thankful that they're here. We absolutely could use them. There's a very simple answer to that question. How elves manage to win wars? Mounts. Send some unarmed dwarves to go attack some goblins at some point with like 15 bears in tow. Simply put, the bears will annihilate things. In Fortress mode, they're not that strong, but in the way the world sim works, they're very effective. It's literally just mounts is the reason that they're able to do it. Is warfare a big part of Dwarf Fortress? I mean, you can disable it. It can be a big part of it. But, I mean, the game's original title was Slaves to Armok, God of Blood, so if that says anything, it certainly is a part of the game. Why? Quite useful. Assuming you remember to remove them as war animals after they get injured. So presuming you remember to do that, they are quite useful. Dwarves get experience on a ton of things. Mounts don't get experience on anything. Mounts are just present, basically. They basically have used as combat, yes or no. That's what mounts get. So now at this point, I literally just need to block this off and finish building this. What, Dwarf Fortress? So Dwarf Fortress in the like minute-to-minute combat kind of way. RimWorld is probably the harder game. However, because RimWorld is designed to be like a minute-to-minute gameplay challenge, if that makes any sense. So the way Dwarf Fortress differs from RimWorld primarily is that RimWorld is trying to be a compelling world generation, not necessarily always the best video game. So in 1 minute to the next, the gameplay in RimWorld for a lot of people might be more engaging. However, the amount of stuff being calculated, considered, and taken into account under the hood in Dwarf Fortress is considerably higher than it is in RimWorld. But, you know, they're very different games. It's kind of like trying to compare Civilization or Crusader Kings and StarCraft. They're both strategy games, but the actual minute-to-minute gameplay and what the game is actually trying to achieve with that gameplay is very different. This is exactly the same as I've built them since version like 34 for pump stacks. Like, they haven't changed much since then. I mean, maybe you used to build them differently, but this is how I've always built them. What progression is in this? So this game is a sandbox. You don't unlock new buildings, you don't unlock new workshops, you don't unlock new items. There is no progression. What you're doing is you are playing the overworld map very slowly. You're trying to convince yourself that there's a narrative going on. Basically, I'm playing fantasy Mad Libs in real time whilst watching my little characters run around the world. A very good example of this is video games that do not as good variations of what Dwarf Fortress does, such as Shadow of Mordor. So Shadow of Mordor is a game that's kind of well known for its like Nemesis system, right? Which is like their copyrighted nonsense bullshit thing, where you gain reputation with enemy factions or enemy characters, and then those enemy characters seek you out and try and hunt you down, right? This doesn't quite do that, but what this game does do is it has persistence. So I could have a dwarf in a fortress that I expel because I got tired of them, and then they can go move into a town, join a bandit gang, and then later they'll show up and visit my tavern. And I'll be like, oh, I know that dwarf from previously, and then I recruit them, and they're not as unhappy in the new fortress as part of a new faction. Or you could be playing in adventure mode, where you play the game in a big open world RPG, and you create a very, very well-known character, and then dwarves keep migrating to your fortress who've heard of that character and have them as an acquaintance. It's stuff like that. It's a game about picking out the little things and understand how the giant clockwork machine or castle of cards works. That is this game. It is a fantasy world simulator first and minute-to-minute gameplay game second. That being said, there's a lot of gameplay here, but it's very self-driven. The game's not going to give you direction. The game's not going to tell you what to do, and it's up to you to find the fun in it. It's kind of like, in a way, it's sort of like Minecraft before like actual end credits goals were added, where, oh, you just go around and dig and build stuff and see what happens. And sometimes it's very interesting without you doing much, and sometimes you have to pull the strings a little bit to make interesting things happen. But being good at Dwarf Fortress isn't necessarily like, I'm mechanically good at Dwarf Fortress. It's understanding how enough of the systems work that you can contort a fortress into doing the things that you want it to do as the player. It's like playing D&D with 200 mostly brainless alcoholic toddlers. And it's a great fun time. I'm just waiting for some ads to end. So if you're not in an ad, I can keep talking, but Afro Man, are you in an ad? If you say no in chat, then I will give you an example here. Otherwise, I will wait until the ads are done. I mean, it's something that you learn to do, man-eating tapir. I do honestly think it's kind of I do honestly think it's kind of a learned skill, being able to find direction in games like this. Oh my god, this is kind of funny. This is a destroyed, like, either castle or temple, I'm not sure, called Book Miles, and it's full of books. I should go steal those books. Gimme! I won't take them long. I'll be back in a sec. I mean, it's true. You've played this game, Stormwolf. In regards to Afro's question about do I ever wish that there was some sort of progression? No. Because to quote Tarn from his Future of the Fortress this month, tech trees in games like this most of the time just make the game less. Because if there was a tech tree in Dwarf Fortress that, say, locked magma forges that I had to research, then I wouldn't be able to be on month 2 in the magma sea smelting steel with magma forges right above the magma sea. I wouldn't have to have some sort of unlock. It's not a game that is built on the progression. It's a game that's built on its depth, right? Like the way a lot of city builders work is they're like a puzzle. And the puzzle is unlocking different buildings in the right order and figuring out the optimal way of solving that puzzle. And that can be very entertaining, right? Like Roller Coaster Tycoon is a puzzle game. SimCity is a puzzle game to a degree. City Skylines is a puzzle game. Whereas RimWorld's like a puzzle tower defense game. Whereas Dwarf Fortress is a simulation. So the gameplay is poking it and seeing what happens. Personally, I don't want any kind of progression in Fortress mode. I think that would actively ruin Fortress mode for me. That or it would have to be in a way so that I could just generate a world that's old enough so that all the progression's done. Because to me, like, the thing that ruined RimWorld was them locking all the fun stuff behind annoyingly, like, difficult to get to tech trees. So I just installed a mod that had everything unlocked all the time because screw that. I don't want that. That's not something I want in my life. So no, I don't want there to be a progression in Fortress mode. But yeah, I don't know. It certainly is a game that I think turns people off because of how self-directed it is, but to me that is one of the biggest strengths of it. It means that once you're in, it's kind of an infinitely deep hole that you can just keep plunging deeper into. If the game didn't have that, I feel like it would lose a lot of what makes the game exciting, at least for me. I mean, I wouldn't mind, like, the discoveries having more impact, if that makes sense. But I don't ever want to have oh, you unlocked weaponsmithing, you know? I wouldn't mind there being more reason to have libraries. But at the same time, I don't ever want to be unlocking buildings. Does that make sense? I don't ever want to be unlocking armor types. But, like, if libraries could have more impact, that would be interesting. But I don't think that necessarily equals one-to-one tech tree, which is what I think a lot of people jump to when talking about this. All right, I am going to tell them to build a wall piece right here. It's almost time for the moment of truth. of did I screw this up or did I build it correctly, or is it going to leak and set us all on fire? Hopefully, because that would be funny, but... Now I just need this. Sure, but like there is no magic system in the game yet, right? Not really, not in the way that we all talk about it. So here's the thing. These are good questions for Tarn, right? Also, reading or watching my videos of the future of the fortress is also a really good way to get like insight into this sort of stuff. Coulette is coming to pull the lever. Yes, certainly, but if unlocks existing in Dwarf Fortress limit the people who've been playing this game for 15, 20 years, no. Dwarf Fortress doesn't have that many buildings. It doesn't have that many items, right? No, that's not a way to tutorialize Dwarf Fortress, because it wouldn't actually make the game any easier. It would just simply make the game waste your time. That's all. And then give you an inaccurate descriptor of what the actual game is. It would give unrealistic expectations for a good portion of the player base. So no, in the case of Dwarf Fortress, I don't agree that that would be a benefit. It would actively ruin the game and take away what's interesting about the game, which is player discovery. I think the thing that a lot of people misinterpret with Dwarf Fortress is Dwarf Fortress isn't that complicated. It's deep. And it's obtuse, but it's not a hard game. The game itself is actually quite easy. And if you play it and get past that initial learning curve, you will realize that there's a lot going on in this game. And yeah, there's quite a lot to learn, but it's not hard in the traditional sense of the word. So because it's not hard, it's obtuse, you kind of learn to appreciate the fact that it doesn't waste your time. At least I have with time. And having played a lot of games that mimic Dwarf Fortress, I find myself wishing that more games did it the way Dwarf Fortress does. But even learning Dwarf Fortress isn't that bad these days, right? Like, what made Dwarf Fortress hard to learn in the past was the fact that it had no graphics and a keyboard-only UI. That's what made Dwarf Fortress hard. That hasn't been the case for several years now. Unless you're trying to learn off the free version. And if that's the case, cool, but that's on you then. This is going to be my porcelain industry. Although I need to get rid of these while they finish digging those. Yeah, and that's going to be very easily solved by going to the surface or the cavern layer, Garfield fan, clicking this button, and then clicking this and doing this once or twice a year, except with like half the screen. And have a food stockpile, and your dwarves won't starve. Thought maybe it was a mod you gave up playing. I think that Dwarf Fortress is kind of this weird analogy for modern society in a weird way. It's a game that unapologetically rejects the way modern games are designed and built. And it's a game that gives a certain type of person a very old school experience. And so when you ask me, how do I feel about like the idea of them adding a tech tree or something? You're not asking me, how do I feel about Dwarf Fortress changing a mechanic? You're asking me, how do I feel about modern game design? And in an hour or so, probably less than that now, I'm going to go play a game called Goblin Camp, which has a tech tree, because it's built around a tech tree. It's designed for a tech tree. What you're asking me is, how do I feel about Dwarf Fortress being redesigned to be something else? Well, then it's no longer Dwarf Fortress. It's a different game now. Because Dwarf Fortress is a rejection of a lot of modern game ideals and design techniques. And that's partially why I love it. It's why it's in the Museum of Modern Art. Like, largely, if Dwarf Fortress had graphics from the get-go, it probably wouldn't have ever made it into the MoMA. And if you want a different video game, go play, go play Timberborn, right? Like, there are people making that game. Also, yeah, the way Goblin Camp does its tech tree is really interesting and unique, even in comparison to other tech trees in games. So, just realize that. Like, I play Dwarf Fortress because it doesn't do things the way other games do things. I don't want Dwarf Fortress to do things the way other games do things, because then it wouldn't be Dwarf Fortress. And also, hello, Twitch front page. Welcome to the weird side of Twitch. I mean, was the version you were trying to learn original understudies, was it this? Or was it like version 40 something? Because if it looked like this, then yeah, you were playing the free version. I mean, I've got a pile of tutorials on my YouTube channel, if stuff confuses you. And also, like, my Discord has a room specifically dedicated to helping people learn to play this game properly. Are these not made in kilns? Oh, they're just for making clay, right? Duh. Because we're on the front page of Twitch, Garfield? Also, why are you saying, like, the meanest thing you could possibly say to a streamer? Hey, chat, if you're lurking, press 1. Let people lurk. We're on the front page of Twitch, which means the vast majority of the people watching right now already clicked off before I finished this sentence. Why do you want blueprints in Dwarf Fort? The creativity is, like, the strongest part of it. Doing things differently every time is what keeps it interesting. Staring at the same stuff all the time, you're staring at the same stuff all the time. If you insist on wanting blueprints, yeah, DF Hack has that. But why would you want that? Do I have to? You just want to lurk? And then enjoy your lurking. I'm just making a point. Even YouTube chat is pressing 1. There's only like 100 of them. Also, thanks for the $10. Orc with bow. Appreciate you. I love this perspective because many people want a game to play, another game that they like. Well, I don't think it's that people want a game to play that's similar to a game that they like. People, it's more of a game made this way. This is how I know game made. This game isn't made that way. Why game not made that way? Kind of deal. You know, it's like, if all you've ever played is chess and then somebody hands you, I don't know, Civilization, and you're like, I didn't know it could be this way. It's a very different kind of game, but, like, you know, uses some similar ideas. Terrible analogy, but... It's like Ubisoft going, why are my games not successful? I'm still making the game that you bought 20 years ago. Why you no buy it now? It's like, well, because you're still making the same game. I don't play a lot of popular mainstream releases because I don't like the way they do things. Because it's not for me. It's the Factorio brain thing. Dwarf Fortress is very little in common with Factorio. I mean, they both got a lot of depth, but they're very different kinds of games. Yeah, I mean, see, here's the thing. It's ASCII. I mean, older versions of Dwarf Fortress look like this, which is extremely powerful because, well, it had a different UI. I could actually go load up version 47.05 if you like. Give me like 2 seconds. Just let me tab out here. I mean, this is version 47.05. Like, this is Dwarf Fortress. This is the same game. But the reason this is so powerful is because adding a thing to the game is super quick, right? Instead of needing to, model a new enemy, you can just add a new letter. It actually speeds up the process of being able to add things to the game. It makes iteration and design a mechanical problem instead of a visual problem, which speeds up development significantly, which is a big deal. What am I doing? CW. Let's just add something onto the wall here. Granite blocks. And then petitions. Sure. So, like, this is the same game, just with a different UI. There's camels running by. I'm not sure if they're one-humped or two-humped. That's what that letter C is over there on the left. Got dwarves. I could zoom in. We got dwarves training. Oops, dwarves training right here. And you got your world map, your walls. It's still the same game. The main difference here being it's a style of game that you're not used to looking at. Because you're used to having pixels instead of just text. But the reality is you can read English, seemingly. So you can probably play this game without too much trouble. Even that version. Also, I use Lazy Noobpack because it's easier to install it on Linux. So, at the end of the day, Dwarf Fortress just scares people away. Because it looks funny. Or, in the past, looked funny. So this would be clay stone. Today I learned you can't make porcelain thrones. I thought you could make porcelain furniture. It must have been a mod. Clay. Let's do clay statue. And probably bricks. Amount of... Actually don't know how much Kilonite I have. But no, this is one of those games where once you get into it, like, you literally you won't ever need another video game. Clay statue, let's do 40. Let's do 60 bricks. Do ponder how folks who jump into DF from Factorio's sense feel about adventure mode. I feel like a lot of people jump into Dwarf Fortress only wanting the fort mode and don't actually dive into any of the other aspects of the game that make it interesting, and then just kind of join that annoying bandwagony portion of the community that's just like, stop developing adventure mode. But that's just been, you know, the entire history of Dwarf Fort. It's got nothing to do with, like, you know, Factorio in particular. It's just the people who, like, dislike adventure mode for existing because for some reason they seem to think that it takes away development time from fort mode or something. Which isn't really true. It's much more... There's much more to it than that. That being said, I kind of see where they're coming from sometimes. Yeah, I mean, but also at the same time, Dwarf Fortress isn't really a game that I personally feel is intended to be, like, played over everything else, right? Like, Dwarf Fortress is a game that, you know, when you have the itch for it, you have the itch for it. And you can't sate that itch unless you play it, which is, I think, a strength of it. And then you kind of combine that with, like, well, because nothing else quite satisfies the need for a dwarven fort, you will come back, and then you just simply wait until the next major update. At least that's how I've always been, where it's like, no matter how much Dwarf Fortress I've played, I'm curious about what the next update will be. You know, I think that a lot of people think of video games now in kind of like the what's it called? The Fortnite sense, where you presume that, okay, well, this is my life game, I'm gonna play this forever. And in reality, you shouldn't be like me. I'm nuts. You shouldn't be like me, right? You should enjoy playing a game until you're ready for something else, and then go play the something else, and then come back to the game when you're ready to enjoy it again. Because I think we get very hooked on something and just want to do that thing for forever ever. But I don't necessarily think that that's healthy. $3,600 hours in TF2. Wow. I mean, that's a lot of hours. All right, well, this is looking all right. This is going to make for a pretty solid little clay statue once my manager gets to it. Wait, what? My manager. I don't... What? Oh. Reppy, where are you at-y? Oh, you're sleeping. Well, that'd do it. How dare you sleep? I need you slaving away in your office, issuing orders, damn it. Wants to pray to Tig the Lustful. Okay. And CAD, you know, my brain goes CAD and reads the Canadian dollar currency, but yes, you are correct. But genuinely, I enjoy this game. I would probably play a lot more other games if I didn't stream this game for a living. But because this game is my primary source of income, yeah, I play this game a lot. People will just try to reword, what if we lock things behind a tech tree? A trillion different ways, Crow MC. Because it wouldn't make any real-world sense, Crow. Okay, so think about it this way. In RimWorld, which is obviously a bad comparison for Dwarf Fortress because they're very different games, in RimWorld, you start a base, and when that base dies, you start a new world. That base is a unique one-off thing. And that base progresses through tech trees, not concurrently with the rest of a faction. In Dwarf Fortress, you're not a unique base. You're one of many fortresses in that faction. So it would be really weird if that one fortress unlocked pumps, right? And then you start a new fortress and you don't have pumps. But like, that fortress unlocked them. So the whole faction should know what pumps are. Does that make sense? It wouldn't make any sense in the context of the world. That's the problem, right? That, and combined with the fact that it just makes games worse. And here we go. We're making statues. We are making statues. Although, that's not going to be able to complete because it's stuck next to an open space. All the buttons remain locked until... I mean, how many people in this chat who have played Dwarf Fortress for dozens of hours who have never touched minecarts? It's personal progression instead of mechanical progression. Also, I have 383 iron bars. And somehow found olivine. I didn't know that there was olivine on this map. So now I should be able to glaze clay and stone statues. So what I'm going to do, glaze clay stone statue, 10, when there is 10 glaze items, and 10 unimproved glazable statues. And we should be tin glazing these statues. Oh, I was way more hours in than that before that, Bone Dolphin. Because Dwarf Fortress isn't a game about using something because it's better. Axe me, owner. It's a game about doing something differently because it's interesting. If Dwarf Fortress was a game about doing something because it's better, everybody would play the game exactly the same way. It's not about that. It's about creating interesting scenarios and self-directed challenges. Also, cavern dwellers. It appears that Kumil Toothpick, my wondrous monster slayer, has encountered a threat in the caverns and notified us. Well, it's time to send the cruel cheeses, the helms of omen, and the walled contingencies in to assist. It appears that Toothpick, who's not a permanent member of the fortress, only a singular monster hunter, is already doing some work. Satisfied upon improving fighting, remembering performing, dueling backwards in a martial trance. Seems to have already at least done some mortal damage to at least one of the rodent men. We're about to start an ad. I will pause the game when the rodent, so that you guys don't miss the end of the rodent men when the ads begin. He's continuing to dodge his way backwards, fending off the hordes of unstoppable enemies. Now we're in an ad break, so I'll pause. Thoughts, Lees, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Appreciate you greatly. Thanks for helping keep this ad or this sponsor-free channel funded. And also, I'm going to go grab me a sandwich. I will be back momentarily.
Sandwich! NANI?!
I return with you sandwich. What's up, Energy? It's good to see you, dude. Who are we jinxing? What happened? Who is soda? All right, so Dwarf is still in a martial trance, continuing to dodge in and out. How are you actually doing moment to moment here? Lots of dodging, and lots of striking them with his shield. As long as you stay in a martial trance, you're fine. Probably gaining a lot of shield skills right now. I mean, just a novice shield user, you'll probably level up pretty soon, I would expect. Also really wants to pray to their god, which, not understandable. Has killed at least one of them so far. Has made one of them nauseous. Another one of them is about to die. So there's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left. 6, 7. 8, actually. Is still in a martial trance. Is now overexerted. So when the martial trance ends, this dwarf's in very big trouble. Martial trance has now ended. Is now unconscious and getting stabbed to death. Having weapons and repeatedly pushed into and out of his body. Unfortunately, he just became too tired in the midst of the fighting. The last strike he was successfully able to get in was with his iron shield, bruising the muscle and bruising the stomach. And then a rodent man struck him, but the shot was definitely parried. And then was bashed in the lower leg with the shaft of a copper spear. And the dwarf that sounded the alarm goes down as a hero. Rest in peace. You shall be sorely missed. You shall be sorely missed, dwarf. But some migrants have arrived. And it is time to avenge the rodents. Seems the rodent woman who was credited with the kill was this one. Narrow Savages, who killed Toothpick. Shinobi! I'll have to get you a dwarf in a sec. Just happiest beard or any job requests. Here come the first of the soldiers, Rigoth, the militia captain. He's wandering in as a proficient spear dwarf and fighting with the first of many, striking the rodent woman in the lower body with her steel spear. The rodent is surprised by her onslaught and immediately gives in. Militia captain continues to move forward through the remaining rodents. The swarms, unfortunately, were too late. And they discover the dead body. Oh, toothpick. I'll take a soldier. Beard or no beard? Beard? You want a beard. How about this one? No, that's Lanix. Then how about this one? No, that's Sirius Celsus. How about this one? That's Bilo. I'm not doing this intentionally, I swear. How about this one? Stodier. That'll work. Shinobi, you've killed a singular rodent woman and is as avaricious as they come, obsessed with acquiring wealth, takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance, and is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. Has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He rarely is moved to mercy and has a calm demeanor. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings and can handle stress. And when there's a pause in conversation, he often starts talking to himself. He chews his lips intently when he's thinking. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally would not care. Does not care if others take the time to master skills. And personally, he personally does not care about family one way or another and dreams of mastering a skill. I can read. And likes granite, brass, and picture jasper. Giant brown recluse spider silk. The color dark blue, spears and gauntlets. And you're wielding spears, so you must like it. Gauntlets and the sound of the laces of silk. And the sight of the silkiness of festivals. And when possible, prefers to consume giant cuttlefish and longland beer. And dependent amaranth seeds. I'm going to send these dwarves all back upstairs to get back to training. You do not have any family. You worship the god of gems and wealth. And, that's weird. Somebody did I recognize you honk with a car as they were driving by. Yeah. It's good to have you. Is that for tomb? No. Okay, so I need to make a new tomb then. You know, I could make this and one of these into the tomb. Or start scattering them around. Oh wow, there's so much keelanite up here. Let's just get all this autoing. And let's go to this. Because I do have to memorialize that dwarf, even though they weren't mine. And I'm going to eat my sandwich. Today I have like a white rye, cheese, and beef. And lettuce and mustard. You mean like everything made of metal? Stone? I'm diabetic, so drinking cider is physically painful. Super sugary things send me to the stratosphere, and it hurts, and I don't like it. So I don't drink cider. Side note, I've never seen nor heard of that cider. I don't know, are you a type 1 diabetic? Well, then you probably don't need to give up cider because you basically have a different disease than me. Whoa! Caveman! That's a lot of subs. Hi, man. What's up, dude? Thank you so much for that big pile of gift subs. Hey, Chuck, can I get a round of beers? I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Please bring platinum. Let's make things interesting. They want footwear. Well, we can make that into a thing. And to anybody wondering, the plan is we'll probably do another 15 odd minutes or so here of Dwarf Fort, and then we're going to be playing some Goblin Camp, which is a game that was once ASCII, like Dwarf Fortress once was, and is also a game that got an upgraded release. 2,000. We have 2,000 people watching because we're on the Twitch front page today, but yeah, it's certainly always a fun event when it happens. So cheers, Caveman. Hey, someone should gift Caveman a sub because, you know, you're drinking a beer IRL to celebrate those subs. There you go. Maybe I'll have a beer at the end of the stream, too. Oh, wow, we actually lost a couple dwarves at the end of that fighting. Yeah, we did. Unless that was a separate, unrelated dwarf. Ah, no. Separate, unrelated dwarf. Type 1... Okay, you could figure that out with a Google search. I'll just let you figure that out with a Google search. I don't want to sit here and discuss the differences between type 1 and type 2. But simply put, if you're not giving yourself like 5 injections a day or have a personal IV drip, you got it easy. Or like have one of, I don't know, these attached to your arm. You got it easy. One is insulin resistance. The other one is you don't produce insulin. Type 2 is insulin resistance. Type 1 is you don't make insulin. Your body killed that organ. And Whamek, thanks you very much for the Prime subscription for 8 months. And Anonymous, thanks for gifting a sub to Caveman. Thanks for the $5, Darren. We're now in a hype train. That is actually actually, Ilmiran helped start it with the on-screen celebration. That is the first hype train of the stream, believe it or not. But yeah, metal everything would kind of almost require, like... I mean, it wouldn't be impossible by any stretch, but it would certainly be benefited by having, like, say, resources turned on plentiful. It's nice, Midnight. It's nice. Means my ad revenue is going to be much higher than normal today. It's been a while. I mean, it's been a couple months since we were on the front page last. What, to only make things out of metal? No, you wouldn't. Why would you need to do a cavern embark to only build things out of metal? It doesn't say you can't dig. Like, it's not a you can't harvest non-metal, right? Like, if I can dig out a fortress without entirely using metal. It's just if I'm going to pave floors, I have to use metal bricks. That's need for coke and coal? Well, I mean, I can use trees. Why not? I guess I don't see the connection as to why. I mean, I could dig from the surface to the caverns in like 3 minutes, unless it's a heavy aquifer. The Forgotten Beast, Sekulva Siwab, has come, a gigantic 3-eyed newt. It has wings of square skin, and it's got a bloated body. Beware its pale top skin, which is leathery, and its poison sting. It's a big, gross stinger. Oh, hey, screw thing. God damn. It's right next to me. Well, I guess we should go stab it with pointy sticks, and maybe shoot pointy sticks at it. Could run out of fuel. There is no metal fuel. And the thing that Stone said was anything that can be made out of metal has to be made out of metal. There is no metal fuel. Coal is not a metal. And then this dwarf, who got locked outside the last time we were sieged by a titan, is now getting attacked, which is funny. That dwarf is very lucky. Oh, here come the soldiers. Serious Salsa got into a tussle. It seems like it missed every single one of its early hits. Serious Salsa slashing away at the creature, stabbing the Forgotten Beast in the foot with an iron short sword, fracturing the bone, and stabbing the Forgotten Beast in the right rear foot with an iron short sword, fracturing the bone. The creature's bleeding profusely and is now winded and cannot breathe because its lungs have been destroyed. And this elk bird just showed up in the middle of the fight, and then they turned around and killed the elk bird. There's something about that that's really funny to me. I don't know why. But they're just like, kill elk bird. It fine. I say good fight. Let's go cheesers indeed. Who killed the creature? It's a good question. Who killed the elk bird is what I want to know. Oh, the Forgotten Beast killed the elk bird. But the spear dwarf stabs in the head. So one of my spear dwarves, which is not very descriptive. It was the Shark of Filths. Obak got it. Stabbed it in the head, tearing the brain. I knew it would go down quickly. Sting Spear. Hey, chat. There's 50 seconds left on that hype train. It needs 11 subscriptions or $51 in bits. If anybody wants to try and level it up. Regardless, though, thank you very much for the support and helping me keep this channel funded. Appreciate you guys. Gronzi, thanks for the $2 and the $1. Thanks for the $1, Alfie. It is 50 minutes or 45, one of the two. I know that that's not super clear, but I can't actually remember what it's set to because I said it like years ago and then forgot. Intentionally, so that I didn't need to remember it. Thank you very much for the train, chat. Appreciate you. Thanks for the $4 YouTube chat and the super chat. I'm gonna put Kesserite right there so that they don't need to go so far. Because right now they're just hauling probably Kesserite, I'd to bet. But first they have to haul the statues. So let's just go statues. And we'll set all of these as a give stockpile. So when they're done, it will give items to this. And what I should do is I should make a jeweler's stockpile just south of it, which will take from that stockpile and encrust them. We'll get some very valuable statues up in here. Teaspoon of coconut oil. Well, I'm glad that worked for you. I don't know how that's particularly relevant to the current discussion, but you telling me how to take care of my body with absolutely no real consideration for who I am, what I have, or the problem that I have is very inconsiderate, and please never do that again. Do not tell me what I should and should not look into for diabetes. You keep your mouth closed and worry about yourself. Don't worry about me. Please and thank you. No, I mean, I can read. Just don't do that. It's not cool. Uh-huh. That's your perspective, Dan Jammin. The downside of the front page of Twitch? Yeah, it is what it is. You open Twitch to this? Hey, chat. Just remember who's the clown here. Oh, indeed. Yeah, absolutely, Raddest. Most certainly. Oh, really, Dan? It's lovely to know. Glad that we got that cleared up. Oh, it's very true, Stone. It's very true. Are clowns a profession in DF? Well, performers are. And isn't a clown or like a jester a form of performer? It's one way to get clicks. Uh-huh. So why are you still typing? How does that benefit or change anything? If you don't like it, go watch something else. But I don't need your clicks. Happy to help, Sam Mays. Turns out you don't have to dig that. You don't have to dig at all, man. Just have to go outside and look around. We'll all float too. What I think is kind of cute about people who say things like this is oh, that's a way to get clicks. As if that's the only thing that matters. So, okay, you're coming into a discussion with one very pre-solidified perspective. Okay. That's okay. Such is life. We all have perspectives. That just happens to be yours. But that doesn't speak for everybody. In other news, I got some mole dogs I gotta slaughter. And some more to train. If you build a floor under the wall, do both count for the room value? You know, I've never done the science on this. I know that there was a bug in the game a while ago, and I mean a while ago, it was patched out the week it came out on Steam, where if you made a floor and engraved it, and then built a floor on top of it and engraved it, and then built a floor on top of it and engraved it, increased the value of the room, but pissed off the person who made the art because it would, like, destroy the previous art. So it was this infinitely repleting, like, list of art, but they fixed that bug. So I presume no? Because they fixed that, but yeah, quantum art was a thing for a minute there in older versions of Dwarf. I mean, the conversation continues. Life goes on. I mean, if you just want to hyper-focus on something crappy, you can do that. Or you can just move on. It's up to you, really. I completely missed this artifact even starting. I seem to recall the sound briefly while I was eating my sandwich, but... naked Moldog Battle Axe. The peasant has created a Zesonurnisur. Lusharadith, what? A naked Mulldog bone battle axe, and offers it to the dead pillars. Thank you, I shall put it in the vault. Battle axe made of bone. I've also got a pickaxe made of pig iron. You can sort of embark on a cavern if you start on a cave. Starting on a cave is like the closest vanilla option to embarking on a cavern. Wait, what? Alfie? Cheers, Sam. Thanks for tuning in. It's already over, Brian. You've never gotten the hang of pistons. Well, they lose a lot of basketball games generally, except for when they win. But jokes aside, what'd you never get the hang of with pistons? They're pretty straightforward generally. Oh, now in Goblin King it gets mutilated. It's malnutrition and hunger. Yeah, I mean, I think that's like the hard part of Goblin Camp. This is a naked Mulldog bone axe. It kind of looks cool. It looks like it's made of steel. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular granite cabochons and decorated with pigtail and alpaca wool, and encircled with bands of pigtail. This object is adorned with hanging rings of granite and menaces with spikes of alpaca wool. On the item is an image of Ast Palace Sneaked, the dwarf in naked mole dog bone. On the item is an image of a turkey in granite. You'll love to see it. Kept getting killed by cranes. I'm trying to think of like a construction site joke, but I can't think of one. Like, my brain's just like kind of blank in that regard at this exact moment. Also, can I just say that the real funny thing about people tuning in and being odd on Twitch front page is the fact that people have the Twitch front page unmuted. Like, am I weird? Like, I don't think I've ever unmuted the Twitch front page. Like, kind of genuinely. You forgot that Twitch has a front page? Yeah. I mean, if you, like, tune into Twitch with Twitch unmuted and you hear something bizarre and out of context from the Twitch front page, I feel like that's on you. Maybe I'm, like, out of line with that statement, but... Ever since it used to just be really loud rave music every time I opened Twitch, I kind of disabled it. Your chat scares new viewers? It's fine. We just have beer. Or apple juice, depending. Grab your sippy cup. Sit down, have a good time. So what you need to do is bookmark your following page, right? Like that's the way to do that then. But Jack Daniels, it seems a bit intense, man, but hey, if it works for you, who am I to judge? Aside from the fact that you're sipping Jack Daniels and not something better, but I mean, hey. Even I'm not above that sometimes. Speaking of chat, we've been live for 8 hours. It is currently 5 o'clock. We have 3 hours left of front page time. I'm going to let this ad end, and then we're going to go play a different game. Just a game that I think more people should take a look at. Oh god, that's terrifying, Bone Dolphin. But I'm just going to get this statue encrusting chain up and running. And then once we've got the statue encrusting chain up and running, we are going to zip up and play a different game. Gotta bundle up first, though. It's going to be cold out there, I hear. On the other side of Canada from where I thought, I'm on the west coast. I'm about as far west as you can go, actually. I mean, there's definitely parts of Canada that are further west than me, but... And then you open the follow page if they're not already opened. Yeah. 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 Although recently I've just been watching a lot of fish tank YouTube videos and not even watching much Twitch. I find that, like, I may have aged out of parts of Twitch. Mostly because I want to make a tropical plant terrarium. With some snails, some shrimp in it, maybe. If I feel like being fancy. Ooh. I'll take items from here. Oh, nah, I'm not gonna bother with that. We'll say, furniture. Encrust furniture with cut gems. Furniture with cut gems. It'll be months before I do anything with that, Elfie, but yeah. Maybe sometime later in the summer. You have to grill some steaks. Enjoy grilling some steaks, Half-Axe. It looks like a jar of dirt, but what do you know? Well, clearly they need to add more to that terrarium then, if it's just a jar of dirt. That or you need glasses. Highly possible you need glasses. I've already got these encrusted porcelain statues. Now we're increasing the value of them even more. Which means this is going to go from a porcelain statue of dwarves with an image of dwarves and porcelain, and now we're getting attacked by thieves. Where are they? Oh, there they are. Run away, you scaredy kobold. You and your husband from Plunger. Go plunge somebody else's porcelain hole. I mean, what? It's been all right. No complaints. I mean, we've been on front page all day today, right? Devilish, so yeah, no complaints there. I've got a porcelain industry up and running, which is something I almost never do. It's very rare I actually get the stuff to make porcelain, but here we are. So we've got porcelain statues that I'm encrusting with gems, and they're shaping up to be pretty high value porcelain statues. I mean, it's my hole and it's full of porcelain, okay? What else is that supposed to mean? What are you trying to say? Actually, why don't I go up here? Oh, I see. There's another stair there that my mouse was over it. Can you make a coin mint? Not specifically, but you can mint coins. I just don't generally bother. Sometimes I'll leave donations out for kobolds, though. Has the elf of Beaned more? What? Are you talking to Elfie Bean? Not sure what that means. Walsp. Also, hi, Walsp. I love how there's teeth all the way the hell up here from when we fought with the elves. These are elves' teeth, which I find kind of funny. Man, these are some fancy statues. Including some of, like, gods. We've got images of dwarves. Notable images of dwarves. Some not so notable images. Yeah. There were a goblin who unfortunately died pretty early on due to unfortunate circumstances. Sorry, the fresh exit is an image of Squiggly Girl, Falling Nightmare at the Goblin and Dwarves. Girl is surrounded by the dwarves. The arc relates to the appointment of the goblin to the position of militia commander of the Dead Pillars in the mid-spring of 356. Oh, yeah. I like the name. The carnal, no, not the carnal net. The fresh exit. It's also a funny name. Meanwhile, you're just hauling that metal brick. And there it goes. Look at them all. Be a fine thing if all time were leisure time indeed. These are some expensive statues now. It's going to help with all of the demands for different guilds. And everybody's learning some pottery skill, which is exciting. These are going to be some very heavily engraved statues, too. I should also put crafts in here and let them encrust crafts. A tick man? Fascinating. What type of ice cream would I be? Can I just, like, take that question and instead give you what my favorite ice cream is and you can tell me based on that? Because my favorite kind of ice cream, which I almost never get to have, is pistachio ice cream. But I don't know if that describes me, necessarily. So, it's kind of a half answer, I guess. Because pistachio ice cream is my favorite ice cream, but I don't think that accurately describes me. I seem more like a rum and raisin. I could mess with a rum and raisin. Rum and raisin's pretty good. I miss ice cream. You don't think you've ever seen a pistachio ice cream? Oh, really? Oh man, it's the best, dude. Any advice on how to start? Don't worry, it's not as bad as it looks, is the advice. I have a room on my Discord if you need questions. The game does have a tutorial in it. It's okay. I have a getting started guide for fort mode. It's no worse than any other city builder or strategy game. It's just a matter of getting over the nuances of the basics. And getting used to the control scheme. Yeah, we're on the front page. It's been a good day. Karma's eternal. We have until, what's it called? 8 p.m. local time, and it's currently 5:20. But we are about to swap games, that being said. I do stream this game basically full-time. So we'll be live with this game tomorrow. And then the day after, I'll be live with the the lovely man who made this game, Tarn Adams, and we'll be doing kind of a viewer or audience Q&A session, if you will. So if that's interesting to you, or if you want to see more of this game, either my YouTube channel or this channel is probably the best place to find it. That being said, after I place a couple statues up in what is probably going to be my library soon, I think we're going to swap games. What is that? What is that? It's a weird looking thing. Giant fluffy wamblers. You know, that used to be something that somebody would ask like every single week on the, or every month on the Future of the Fortress. And since he's, since Tarn has, well, rather, years ago, somebody would ask Tarn that every month on the Future of the Fortress. And then one day, Tarn just kind of stopped answering that question. So he went and made a mod, which adds fluffy wambler people, normal size fluffy wambler people, fluffy wamblers, so like basically flesh ball size fluffy wamblers, and then giant fluffy wamblers to the game. And then it eventually got uploaded to the Bay 12 forums. I don't know if it ever got ported to the Steam version, though. But literally somebody asked for that so many times, and Tarn just started ignoring him. So he went and made that into a mod. So all I'm saying is you have the power. I'm not certain that... I feel like if giant fluffy wamblers existed, no... what's the word? Bronze colossi would be safe. Like, it would just be dangerous for everybody. Somebody did make a procedurally generated dragons mod very recently, which assembles dragons out of pieces, which is on the Steam Workshop right now if you want it. Giant purring maggot swine. You know, I don't think I've seen a purring maggot in the last couple of years, at least. That's a 500 Dwarf buck statue. I'm really curious what that one is. It looks kind of like a rat, but... Porcelain statue of large roaches. Oh, that's probably it. For everyone. Yeah, so it's a statue of large cockroaches. Yeah, I guess it kind of looks like a cockroach. This is a statue of Vesh, the injured dwarf who arrived. Werewolf. See, now that I can get down with. It's just like basically a Wookiee shows up. It's just like a light-colored Wookiee shows up and just starts attacking everything. That'd be amazing. I'd be down for that. All right, well, I think we've got a pretty successful little porcelain industry up and running. I think now it's time to call it for the Dwarf Fortress segment of the stream. Hey, chat, you guys ready to go camp with some goblins? If you're sticking around, yeah, press 1. Otherwise, we'll be playing more dwarfs tomorrow. Usual time, 10 a.m. Pacific. And I've got to update 2 directories, and that's going to take me a moment. If you swap games, you're going to be a BRB? We will. Although, Elfie, before you BRB, could you, right quick, disable the dwarf claim?